Chapter 984. Lem. A sword howl shot into the air when the building was destroyed, and then it vanished into the horizon. "Don't even think of leaving!" The white-haired old man roared furiously as he stretched out his hand, and a huge palm instantly appeared above the ray of light and slapped down towards it. Yan Yes' expression changed slightly when he noticed the huge palm above him, and he immediately raised the Herculean sword and flicked it at the palm. Swish! A ray of light shot into the sky, and it smashed against the huge palm. Bang! The sword energy dispersed while the huge palm shook violently and stopped for a moment, but it descended swiftly just an instant later. Bang! Yan Yes' figure was slapped into the ground, and the ground quaked so violently that the entire city could feel it. Countless experts were shocked, and they transformed into pillars of light that shot into the sky, and their gazes shot towards Yang Yi and the white-haired old man. However, the old man frowned upon slapping Yang Yi to the ground because Yang Yi seemed to be completely fine. A ray of light shot into the air from beneath the ground, and then Yang Yi appeared before the old man. At this moment, Yang Yi was enveloped by the dimensional cube as Head hastily activated it when his sword energy was dispersed. So, he was merely lightly injured. Yan Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face because the old man's strength was superior to Li Yun. The white-haired old man stared fixedly at Yan Yi as he asked, "Which saint of the ancient sword school are you?" "Saint?" Yan Yi was slightly stunned. "He actually thinks that I'm a saint?" Yan Yi was quite stunned. However, he quickly came to an understanding. Had utilized the sword domain to conceal his aura, so the old man couldn't see through his cultivation at all. That was exactly why the old man had taken him to be a saint. The corners of Yan Yes' mouth curled up slightly when he thought up to this point, and a thought appeared in his mind. "Im Jian Wuchen from the ancient sword school!" Yan Yi changed his voice, so his voice was hoarse and old now. "Jian Wuchen!" The white-haired old man's expression changed slightly. "You're the sword master of the ancient sword school!" The other cultivators in the surroundings were horrified. "Jian Wuchen? He's the #1 sword cultivator of the south, Jian Wuchen? What's he doing in the north? Moreover, he's even in battle with a saint from Sky Divine Hall? I see you don't know. I heard that Sky Divine Hall has interfered in the south. The south belongs to the ancient sword school, the Ocean of Clouds Academy, and the Tao Order. Perhaps Sky Divine Hall offended the ancient sword school in the south, so he came here personally to take revenge. Could Sky Divine Hall have killed the #1 genius of the ancient sword school, Lu Weiner? It's possible. Otherwise, Jian Wuchen wouldn't have come here on his own. Do you think he's here to kill Lu Qianxiao? It's possible if Sky Divine Hall really killed Lu Weiner. Yang Yi was quite surprised when he noticed the expression on the old man's face and the discussions coming from the surroundings. He hadn't expected that Jian Wuchen's reputation would actually have been so great, and was even reputed as the #1 sword cultivator in the south. However, the greater Jian Wuchen's reputation was, the more advantageous it was to him. "Jian Wuchen, I'm truly quite curious. What exactly made you pursue Li Yun all the way here to the north?" The white-haired old man spoke in a low voice, and there was a trace of vigilance in his eyes. Yang Yi didn't speak. He withdrew the ancient sheath, and then he flicked his right index finger, and quasi-void rank sword intent condensed into an intent sword. Quasi-void rank sword intent. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He was quite doubtful before this, but he believed Yang Yi now. Because only Jian Wuchen and Lu Weiner possessed quasi-void rank sword intent in the ancient sword school. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "I'll spare you if you're still alive after resisting an attack of mine." An uproar resounded through the surroundings. Jian Wuchen was the sword master of the ancient sword school, and he was said to be the #1 sword cultivator of the south. His strength was beyond doubt, but they felt that he was exaggerating when he said that he could kill a saint with a single attack. There was naturally a difference in strength between saints, but even if there was a gap in their strengths, it was impossible for that gap to be so huge. So, in their opinion, Jian Wuchen was either too confident or too conceited to think about killing a saint with a single attack. The white-haired old man started laughing from extreme rage. You'll kill me with a single attack? Jian Wuchen, aren't you exaggerating a little too much? Perhaps I can't defeat you, but do you think you can kill me with a single attack? Yang Yi replied. Why don't we give it a try? Bang! A terrifying aura surged out explosively from within the old man, and the old man spoke ferociously. Come! Let me see how strong the number 1 sword cultivator of the South is. As he spoke, the old man raised his hands into the air, and the spirit energy in the surroundings instantly surged towards him. As the spirit energy surged over incessantly, a huge white ball of energy appeared between his palms. Once the ball of energy had formed there, a terrifying pressure instantly swept towards the surroundings, causing the cultivators in the surroundings to be blasted back. At this moment, all of them recalled that this was a battle between saints, and it wasn't a battle they could spectate at all. So, countless people immediately started to leave. Let's enter a spatial pocket? Yang Yi suddenly said. If we are to fight here, then we'll definitely destroy Cloudfall City, and the countless residents of this city will die for nothing because of us. Even though there's no connection between me and them, the heavens are benevolent, and I truly can't bear to see so many innocents lose their lives. I never expected you to be a benevolent person. The old man laughed coldly. Fine, as you wish. Well, enter a spatial pocket. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man flashed into the sky. Actually, he didn't dare to fight here because saints had to enter spatial pockets when they fought. Otherwise, it was very likely for their battle to make the Heaven Dao kill them. Moreover, Cloudfall City was within Sky Divine Hall's territory. So, fighting in a pocket of space was exactly what he wanted. After the old man shot up into the sky, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before transforming into a ray of light that shot into the sky. The countless residents of Cloudfall City instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi and the old man vanish. If 2 saints were to fight in Cloudfall City, then the city would definitely be destroyed, and countless lives would be lost. Because just the aftershock from a battle between saints wasn't something they could endure. In the pocket of space, the old man was fully on guard, and countless strands of profound energy were surging incessantly from him. The white ball of energy in front of him was growing purer and purer, and the aura it emanated was sufficient to crush a half-saint. Even though he didn't believe that Jian Wuchen could kill him with a single attack, he didn't dare act carelessly at all. After all, Jian Wuchen was the sword master of the ancient sword school, a senior in the saint realm, and Jian Wuchen was called the number 1 sword cultivator of the South. So, the white-haired old man had absolutely no doubt that Jian Wuchen's strength surpassed his own. Thus, he didn't dare act carelessly and was prepared to execute his strongest attack. There was another reason why Head agreed to the battle. He intended to keep Jian Wuchen busy. Because Head notified Sky Divine Hall, and it would take 10 minutes at most for the saints of Sky Divine Hall to rush over here. At that time, Jian Wuchen would definitely die no matter how strong he was. Because Sky Divine Hall had sent at least 4 saints. The white-haired old man waited for a while within the pocket of space, and he couldn't help but frown when Jian Wuchen still didn't show himself. Even more time passed, but there were still no signs of movement. The white-haired old man couldn't sit still any longer. He withdrew his attack in aura, and then he descended to the sky above the sky. At this moment, there was no sign of Jian Wuchen, and the old man's face became unsightly. Obviously, had been tricked. Jian Wuchen. You coward! You're the sword master of the ancient sword school? The number 1 sword cultivator of the South? You've truly shamed both the ancient sword school and the South. The white-haired old man's voice resounded through the sky like the furious howl of a wild beast. Meanwhile, the space before the old man rippled, and it didn't take long for 4 old men in violet robes to appear before him. The violet-robed old man who led the group asked, Elder Mo, where's Jian Wuchen? Elder Mo's face twitched as he said, Elder Yun, you're too late. He fled. He fled? The old man frowned. What do you mean? Elder Mo spoke solemnly. He should have realized that I notified all of you about his presence, so he left without fighting me. It was my fault for being too careless. I should have kept him busy until all of you arrived. Elder Yun said. He killed Li Yun? Elder Mo nodded. I intended to head to the south to capture Yu Wishwang, but I knew too little about the south. So, I planned to ask Li Yun about it. However, I never expected him to have been killed when I returned. Meanwhile, Elder Yun suddenly said, Are you sure that he was Jian Wuchen? Elder Mo frowned. What are you trying to say? Elder Yun answered, I'm not doubting you. But according to the information I received, the ancient sword school has been surrounded by the saints of the Steel Ape clan. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Jian Wuchen to come to the north. Elder Mo pondered deeply for a long time. I'm not sure if he was Jian Wuchen, but he possessed quasi-void rank sword intent. Only 2 people in the ancient sword school possess quasi-void rank sword intent. One of them is Lu Weiner, and the other is Jian Wuchen. Elder Yun spoke solemnly. No, there's one more. Who? Elder Yun answered. Yan Yi. Yan Yi? Elder Mo frowned. That genius who just rose to prominence in the south? I heard Li Yun speak about him. He's just ordinary. Elder Yun shook his head slightly. Your information is outdated. According to the information I received, he doesn't just possess quasi-void rank sword intent, he possesses quasi-void rank slaughter intent as well. Besides that, the Divine Guard asked that we take Yang Yi seriously, and it would be best if we dispatch a saint to annihilate him. Elder Mo suddenly said, You're telling me that he might have been Yang Yi? Elder Yun nodded. It is possible. Impossible. Elder Mo said. If he was Yang Yi, then it would have been impossible for him to exchange blows with me, and it would have been absolutely impossible for him to remain unharmed after suffering an attack of mine. Elder Yun was about to say something when a voice suddenly resounded here. Yang Yi? Do all of you know where he is? Their expressions changed slightly, and they looked towards the same direction. A woman had suddenly appeared there. Their expressions changed once more because even they hadn't noticed how she arrived there. I sensed his aura just now, but it vanished by the time I got here. She continued, Do you know where he is? Elder Mo asked. Who are you? I'm a friend of his. She continued, Can you tell me where he is? A friend of his? All of them were slightly stunned as they hadn't expected her to be a friend of Yang Yi's. Elder Yun pondered deeply for an instant before he said, It doesn't matter whether she's his friend or not. She's definitely connected to Yang Yi, so get her. Elder Mo nodded, and then he stretched out his right hand to grab her. The woman's face instantly turned icy cold when she saw Elder Mo act against her. She grabbed the fox's waist with her left hand and placed it behind her, and then she stretched out a single finger on her right hand and tapped it against Elder Mo's palm. Chapter 985. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Elder Mo's mouth when he saw her attack. A mere half-saint dares to attack me? You're courting death. Bang! The finger and palm collided, and then a light explosion resounded before Elder Mo's palm was forced to a stop. After that, the expressions of Elder Mo and the others changed drastically. It was especially so for Elder Mo. Extreme horror had appeared on Elder Mo's face when his palm had just come into contact with her finger, and he hurriedly pulled it back. However, it was too late. Elder Yun and the others watched as Elder Mo's hand actually started to decompose. Swish! Elder Yun pressed his index and middle finger together before swinging them at Elder Mo. A ray of white light flashed, and then Elder Mo's right hand flew into the air. It had only just flown up into the air when it was instantly decomposed into specks that couldn't be seen with the eye. Elder Mo's face turned ghastly pale when he witnessed this scene. Because he wouldn't have lost just a hand if Elder Yun was just a little slower. That force which acted upon his hand was a force that had never seen. The other saints had solemn expressions on their faces as well. Elder Yun spoke in an extremely serious tone. Who are you? She replied. I'm looking for Yang Yi. Elder Yun said. We don't know where he is. She nodded, and then she turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, Elder Mo suddenly spoke. Stop right there! The woman turned around to look at Elder Mo while Elder Mo spoke ferociously at the same time. I was careless and lost an arm to you, yet you intend to leave just like that? Die! As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mo used his left hand and made a grasping motion towards her from afar. In an instant, the space around her started to overlap and shrink, and it was about to crush her into pieces. This time, he didn't dare come into contact with her. The woman's beautiful brows knit slightly together when she sensed the change in the surrounding space. She held tightly onto the fox with her left hand and placed it before her chest. She seemed to be extremely afraid that it would be harmed. Meanwhile, she stretched her right hand forward before she spun on the spot. As her figure spun there, a terrifying scene appeared here. The space around her actually started to split apart and decompose. It didn't take long for space in an area of around 1 kilometer and her surroundings to be completely decomposed into nothingness. Only an endless black hole remained around her, and it emanated a shocking and ghastly aura. However, it didn't take long for her to stop, and the black holes were repaired in an instant. Decomposition of matter! Elder Yun took a deep breath while shock filled his eyes. You can actually decompose matter. Who are you? The woman didn't answer him. Her figure shook slightly, and then it instantly split into countless pieces and vanished before their eyes. Why didn't you capture her? Elder Mo spoke in a low voice. Even though her strength was mysterious and formidable, it was impossible for her to be a match for them if they fought her seriously. However, even they had to be careful when facing her mysterious ability. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if it even touched them. Elder Yun spoke in a low voice. She might not be from our prefecture. Elder Mo was shocked. You think she's from the Central Divine Prefecture? Elder Yun nodded. It's very likely. Elder Mo felt much better when he heard this. Because even in existence as formidable as Lu Qianshao could only be considered to be not bad in the Central Divine Prefecture. The saints there wouldn't dare to treat others beneath the saint realm in the Central Divine Prefecture as ants. Half-saints surmounting their realms of cultivation to challenge saints wasn't just a legend in the Central Divine Prefecture. Elder Yun said, Let's forget this incident for now. I came here with another objective, and it's to get you Wushuang. Qianshao is at a critical point in his cultivation, and not even the slightest mistake can be allowed to occur again. Elder Mo nodded. Then he'll head to the south right now. Elder Yun shook his head. For safety's sake, let's go together. Elder Mo stated. Why would both of us need to go just to capture a woman at the Exalt realm? I alone am sufficient. Elder Yun said. It was the Hall Master who gave the order. It's of the utmost importance to Qianshao. So, we absolutely can't allow any mishaps to occur. Moreover, the elites of the Divine Guard will be going with us as well. The entire Divine Guard? Then what about the Endless Devil Sect? Elder Mo was shocked. Because the Divine Guard was the strongest group of elites beneath the Saints of Sky Divine Hall. The Endless Devil Sect? Elder Yun continued. Don't worry. We're in a peaceful period with them for the near future. Moreover, most of our saints are still in the north, so they wouldn't dare act rashly. We aren't just going to bring you Wushuang back this time, we have to resolve the matters in the south as well. That existence from the Central Divine Prefecture is already extremely displeased that we've delayed for so long. A wisp of fear flashed through Elder Mo's eyes when he heard that existences from the Central Divine Prefecture being mentioned. When are we leaving? Elder Yun replied. The Divine Guard will arrive here tomorrow. Elder Mo nodded. I understand. It didn't take long for all 5 of these saints to vanish on the spot. In the depths of a mountain outside Cloudfall City, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on a huge rock while Li Yun's corpse laid before him. He hadn't immediately returned to the south upon fleeing just now, and had come here instead. His objective was naturally to refine Li Yun into a sword servant. Li Yun couldn't be considered to be a true saint, but Yang Yi still couldn't defeat Li Yun in a direct confrontation. Regardless of whether it was in terms of combat experience, utilization of spatial energy, or any other form of energy, Yan Yi was far inferior to Li Yun. Yan Yi knew his own strength quite well, and he absolutely didn't think that he could fight saints just because Head killed Li Yun. He could be confident, but conceit was no different to courting death. The reason Li Yun had died was because Head never truly taken Yan Yi's strength seriously from the very beginning. Head refused to give up on the perception he had that all beneath the saint realm were ants. It was exactly that perception which had allowed Yan Yi to succeed at taking Li Yun by surprise in succession. If Head taken Yan Yi seriously from the very beginning and treated Yan Yi as a formidable enemy, then it would have been practically impossible for Yan Yi to kill him. Or, it should be said that it wouldn't be Yan Yi who was pursuing him, it would be he who pursued Yan Yi. Actually, countless people throughout history didn't lose to their opponents, they lost to themselves. The refinement process wasn't as smooth as it had been in the past. Because Li Yun was too strong. Especially his soul, it far surpassed Yan Yi's current strength. Fortunately, it wasn't in a conscious state, and wasn't controlled by anyone. So, Yan Yi just had to exhaust some time to complete the refinement. Time trickled by. 3 days later. Huff! Yan Yi stopped, and heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, his countenance was ghastly pale, and his face was covered in sweat. Had almost been unable to persist through these 3 days, as it truly exhausted the energy of his soul. However, Had clenched his teeth and persisted until now just to obtain an extraordinarily strong sword servant. Li Yun knelt on one knee before Yan Yi. Master! Yan Yi nodded slightly. At this moment, Li Yun couldn't be considered to be a true saint, but he possessed the aura of a saint. Yan Yi felt that Li Yun should be able to scare off other saints at the critical moment. I wonder if that green snake has attained the saint realm. Yan Yi looked up towards the sky and spoke softly. Had given a violet crystal to Qing that day because he noticed that chaos might be descending upon Pine Prefecture. Once chaos arrived, every single saint he had as a friend would be another layer of protection to him. After that, Yan Yi looked towards the north. If he wasn't wrong, then in Nanjing was probably in Sky Divine Hall right now. Should I go see her? Yan Yi hesitated for an instant, and then he shook his head and shot towards the south. It was pointless to see in Nanjing right now, because he was utterly incapable of saving her right now. Moreover, he might even lose his life if he went there. At this moment, the most important matter at hand was to improve his strength to the best of his ability. Moreover, there was one more thing waiting for him to be done, and it was to find a way to restore Lu Weiner's dantian. Just 15 minutes after Yan Yi left, a woman suddenly appeared where he was standing just a little while ago. "I'm late again." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's figure started splitting apart until it vanished on the spot. Ocean of Cloud City. Bang! A huge explosion suddenly resounded in the sky above Ocean of Cloud City, and then countless strands of spirit energy rained down like a storm from above the city. At the same time, the howl of a wolf resounded in the sky, and then countless strands of spirit energy rained down from above Welkin Wolf Mountain Range as well. Saints had fallen. Countless cultivators and demon beasts gazed at the scarlet-red sky with horror. Since Ocean of Clouds Academy and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range entered into war, both sides had lost 2 saints. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the demon beasts, both held terror in their hearts. After all, even saints had perished, so how safe were they? It was comparatively better on the demon beast side because they were very well disciplined. So, while the demon beast felt uneasy, no disorder had ensued. However, disorder had appeared in Ocean of Cloud City. Because some had started to flee. It was only a few in the beginning, but more and more left the city in the end. At the main gates of Ocean of Cloud City, almost 1 million cultivators were gathered here, and there was more and more rushing over in this direction. Most of them were cultivators at the Exalt Realm and above. Because only cultivators at the Exalt Realm and above were confident in their ability to pass through the mountain range and leave this area. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang, Lu Weiner, Shang Qingying, and the other cultivators of the academy stood in front of them. Yu Wushuang glanced at them and said, "Do all of you really intend to abandon Ocean of Cloud City?" A middle-aged man stepped forward from within the crowd and said, Miss Yu, we've realized that the demon beasts don't just want to attack and capture the city, they want to fight the academy to the death. Miss Yu, to tell you the truth, even though we want to obtain more inner cores, but based on the current situation, we wouldn't be alive to use them even if we're able to gather more. So, Miss Yu, please open the gates and give us a chance at survival. Shang Qingying spoke solemnly. The demon beast army is right outside. Only death awaits all of you outside the city. The middle-aged man said. We aren't heading out to fight them with our lives, we're leaving. I think they wish for nothing more than to see that happen. Yu Wushwang suddenly said. What if I refuse to let all of you leave? The middle-aged man looked Yu Wushwang in the eyes and said, Miss Yu, we don't want to fight the demon beasts to the death, and we similarly don't want to become enemies with all of you. We just want to live. So, Miss Yu, please spare us and give us a chance at survival. Yu Wushwang had quite an unsightly expression on her face. Because most of them were the elites in the city. Once they left, it would definitely be a huge blow to the city. But if she didn't let them leave, then she had no doubt that they would definitely take drastic action. At that time, the city would be in chaos before the demon beast even attacked. Let them go! Suddenly, a voice resounded. Yu Wushwang and Lu Weiner were slightly stunned when they heard this voice, and then they disregarded the presence of everyone here and charged towards the source of the voice. As soon as his voice finished resounding through the surroundings, Yang Yi had intended to continue speaking. However, two delicate figures had wrapped themselves around him. One of them spoke with a trembling voice. I'm begging you. Don't do something foolish like that again. Chapter 986. Yang Yi felt complicated emotions well up inside him when he heard this. Of course, he was mostly touched. As he sensed how their figures trembled slightly, he knew that this entire period where he was gone was definitely torture to them. Yang Yi took a deep breath, wrapped his arms tightly around them, and said, I'll try my best not to act impulsively again from now on, just so that you don't have to be so worried about me. Yu Wushwang suddenly raised her head to look at Yang Yi. Remember what you said. Yang Yi nodded and smiled. All right, let's not continue putting on a show for everyone here. Yu Wushwang and Lu Weiner hurriedly left Yang Yi's arms when they heard this. They'd been too excited just now and had actually forgotten that so many were in the surroundings, so they immediately started blushing a little. You're back. Shang Qingying walked over to Yang Yi and said, They really were worried about you. Yang Yi replied, I know. I don't dare guarantee that I wouldn't make them worry again, but I'll work hard on making them not worry that much. Shang Qingying nodded slightly and said, Now you can deal with the matters here. She moved to the side once she finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at the crowd. All of their expressions changed slightly when they saw Yang Yi. Compared to the saints of Ocean of Clouds Academy, they actually feared Yang Yi more. At the very least, those saints would be reasonable, but Yang Yi was completely unreasonable sometimes. Moreover, he even liked to act against convention. They could be said to fear Yang Yi. The middle-aged man who stepped forward earlier hesitated for some time, and then he said, Instructor Yang, we just want to leave the city. We hold no ill intent towards the academy, Miss Yu, or anyone else. Yang Yi nodded. I know. If you did hold ill intent, then we wouldn't be talking right now. He glanced at them at this point, and then he said, I understand why all of you don't want to risk your lives and fight the demon beasts. After all, most of you don't belong to the academy. Coupled with the fact that there's no enmity between all of you and the demon beasts, even I wouldn't force all of you to stay. The middle-aged man and the others behind him instantly heaved sighs of relief. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, I won't stop all of you from leaving, but I'd like to remind all of you that the city will always be open to all of you. All of you can come back whenever you want. The middle-aged man and the others were visibly astounded when they heard Yang Yi, and even Yu Wushwang and the others were quite surprised. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to say that. Yang Yi continued, All of you don't owe me anything, nor do you owe the academy anything. Strictly speaking, the academy owes all of you a debt. Because the city would have been breached a long time ago if it wasn't for all of your presence here. Allow me to give all of you a promise. So long as the city is standing and all of you are willing to return, then the gates of the city will always be open for all of you. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi turned around and shouted, "Open the gates." There was naturally no one who dared to disobey Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for the gates to be opened slowly. However, no one here left once the gates had been opened. Quite some time passed before the middle-aged man from before suddenly bowed slightly to Yang Yi. "Instructor Yang, farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot out of the city. Once the middle-aged man left, the others behind him started to flash out of the city as well. In less than an hour, just a few tens of thousands of cultivators were left here. Most of them were at the monarch realm, and there were some half-saints. Yang Yi asked, "Aren't all of you leaving?" Meanwhile, an old man at the half-saint realm suddenly stepped forward and said, "I planned to leave before this, but I don't want to anymore. There's a very slim chance of survival if we leave. After all, the army of demon beasts have surrounded the area, so where can we flee to? The reason we wanted to leave earlier was because there was a slim chance of survival out there, but there was no chance of survival in the city. However, once I saw Instructor Yang again, I think that we have a very good chance to survive with Instructor Yang here. At the very least, we have a 30 or 40% chance to survive." "Indeed." Another black-robed old man stepped forward. "Chaos is coming to the south, and while it's a calamity to us, it's also an opportunity. My lifespan is about to be exhausted, so I wouldn't be able to live for long if I were to flee. So isn't it better to stay here and fight? Perhaps I might even be able to attain a breakthrough." Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at the others behind the two old men. "What about all of you?" "We intend to fight by Instructor Yang's side," one of the young men said. "Just as that senior said just now, it's a calamity, but it's also an opportunity. I believe that the Academy won't treat us unfairly if we stay behind and fight by its side. Moreover, we won't just be able to temper ourselves by staying here to fight the demon beasts, we can even obtain their inner cores. So, we intend to fight." As soon as he finished speaking, the others around him immediately nodded and displayed their agreement. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "I represent the Academy to promise that the Academy won't take a single inner core from the demon beasts. Every one of them will be divided to all of you. Besides that, all the cultivation facilities of the Academy within the city will be provided for free to all of you. So long as you're from the city, you can use those facilities to cultivate. Moreover, the Academy will arrange for experts to provide guidance to all of you, and you can seek them out for any questions about your cultivation that you have." Yang Yi paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point, and then he continued, "Besides that, allow me to represent the Academy to give all of you another promise. If any mishaps are to occur to any of you, then your children and grandchildren will be taken care of and fostered by the Academy. So long as they remain in the city, they'll be protected by the Academy for generations to come." "Instructor Yang, is that true?" The half-saint standing before Yang Yi was quite excited. Most of them were independent cultivators that had no backing. So, they fully understood the pains of being an independent cultivator. They had no resources or protection, and they could only suffer the fate of being humiliated when they encountered the disciples of the various sections. It could be said that the lives of independent cultivators was extremely difficult. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to join a power, it was that most had become independent cultivators because they didn't possess sufficient natural talent, and no power was willing to accept them. That was why they'd become independent cultivators. Yet now, what did Yang Yi's promise represent? It represented that Ocean of Clouds Academy would protect their children and grandchildren. It was an umbrella of protection that included saints. Moreover, they would be fostered by the Academy. That was temptation which was absolutely impossible for them to refuse. Yang Yi said, "I always keep my word." The others here immediately seethed with excitement when they heard him, and countless people started cheering with excitement and joy. "We're willing to live and die with the Academy. Live and die with the Academy. Lie and die with the Academy." It didn't take long for Yang Yi's promise to spread throughout the city. In an instant, the entire city was seething with excitement. At this moment, they were truly willing to stay and defend the city, and it was also this moment that they truly treated Ocean of Cloud City as their future home. Cloud Ocean Pavilion. Yu Wushwang and Lu Weiner sat before Yang Yi in the room, and their gazes were locked firmly onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled slightly unnaturally from being stared at by them. Is there something on my face? Why are both of you constantly looking at me like that? Lu Weiner said. Did you kill Li Yun? Yang Yi nodded, and then he waved his right hand. Li Yun, who had been refined into a sword servant, appeared within the room. The two of them exchanged glances upon seeing Li Yun, and there was shock in their eyes. They'd never imagined that Yang Yi had actually killed a saint. After all, it was a saint. Yet Yang Yi was only a half-saint. Yang Yi suddenly said, Have Dean Shang and the others not finished their battle? Yu Wushwang knew what Yang Yi meant, and she immediately glanced at Lu Weiner and said, I've looked through the Academy's library, and I found a way to rebuild the Dantian. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, What is it? Lu Weiner gazed at Yu Wushwang as well. Yu Wushwang remained silent for a long time before she said, There's a treasure called the Fruit of Creation, and it's said to possess the ability of creation. I don't know what exact abilities of creation it possesses, but I know that once it's swallowed, it can store profound energy just like a Dantian. Moreover, it's said to be even more terrifying than a human Dantian because it's capable of storing a practically unlimited amount of profound energy, and it can even grow with its owner. So, even saints seek to obtain it, and change their own Dantians. The Fruit of Creation. Yang Yi frowned a little and said, Where can I get one? Yu Wushwang replied, You can get it in Pine Prefecture itself. Yang Yi gazed at her to indicate that she should continue. Yu Wushwang glanced at Lu Weiner, who had quite a bit of excitement on her face, and then Yu Wushwang hesitated for a moment before she continued. There's an ocean a few million kilometers away from here, and it's called the Zither of Love. It's a boundless ocean, and there's an island there called Immortal Island. There's a tree on that island called the Tree of Creation, and it's the tree that bears fruits of creation. Lu Weiner suddenly spoke. It's dangerous, right? Yu Wushwang nodded. Zither of Love is under the territory of one of the 12 demon kings of Pine Prefecture, Azura Queen. When she spoke up to this point, Yu Wushwang raised her head to gaze at Yang Yi. At the same time, she's the strongest amongst the 12 demon kings. According to rumor, she's extremely hostile towards humans because her older sister was deceived by a human and suffered a miserable end. Any human who dares to step foot onto that ocean would be instantly annihilated by her. There was once a saint who desired to obtain a fruit of creation, and had headed to the Zither of Love, but he never came back. Yu Wushwang suddenly grabbed Yang Yi's hand and said, The reason I told you all of that is because I wanted you to know that there still is hope for Big Sister Weiner. However, I similarly wanted to tell you that you can't rush it, and you can't be impulsive about it. Understand? Lu Weiner suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, Promise me that you won't be impulsive. Otherwise, I would rather die. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he grabbed both of their hands and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not a brainless person. Yu Wushwang was about to say something, but Shang Qingying suddenly entered the room. She glanced at Yang Yi with a strange gaze and then she said, Yang Yi, there's a woman outside the city who's looking for you. She said that she's a friend of yours, and she has been searching for you for a long time. A woman? Yu Wushwang and Lu Weiner gazed at Yang Yi, and their gazes were slightly hostile. On the other hand, Yang Yi was slightly stunned. A woman is looking for me. A friend of mine? She has even been looking for me for a long time? Who is that? Chapter 987. Yang Yi asked. Did she not say anything? Shang Qingying shook her head slightly. She didn't. She merely said that she had been looking for you for a very long time. She didn't seem to be lying. When she spoke up to this point, Shang Qingying hesitated for a moment and said, Yang Yi, she seems weak and delicate, and she seems quite pitiable. If you did something to her, then you should be responsible, otherwise I would think badly about you. Shang Qingying left once she finished speaking. Yang Yi was speechless. You're quite charming, aren't you? Lu Weiner suddenly glanced at Yang Yi. Yu Wuxuang suddenly said, Of course. Why else would she be looking for him for so long? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Stop being so sarcastic. Let me go and find out what it's about. He started walking towards the door once he finished speaking. However, Yang Yi's expression changed slightly once he stepped through the door. Because his field of vision warped, and the scene before his eyes changed. It didn't take long for him to appear in a gray and hazy world, and Shang Yunxi stood in front of him. There were 4 other old men standing by Shang Yunxi's side. At this moment, Yang Yi noticed that one of the white-robed old men who was with Instructor Zhua before this had vanished. Besides that, all of their auras were very unstable, while their countenances were extremely pale. Shang Yunxi said, Thank you. Yang Yi was puzzled. Shang Yunxi said, Thank you for staying in the city. Needless to say, we would have lost the city a long time ago if it wasn't for you. Kid, we aren't ungrateful people. Well, remember this debt. Yang Yi said, Senior, if you really think like that, then you can give me 2 more divine rank techniques. Shang Yunxi laughed as he scolded. Kid, do you think they are easily obtained? Do you know that even our academy has only 5 divine rank techniques? It isn't that we refuse to give it to you, but those techniques require you to be female or possess special physiques to cultivate. So, it's pointless to give them to you. Yang Yi spoke seriously. It's fine if you don't have any techniques. Then how about some violet crystals, divine rank treasures, or other precious treasures? I won't refuse them. The corners of their mouths twitched, and they felt like beating Yang Yi up. Shang Yunxi replied, Let's not talk about that for now. I brought you here because I want you to do something for me. Yang Yi asked, Is there anything in it for me? Shang Yunxi's expression turned slightly unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, I was joking. No matter what, we're on the same boat now. They'll gain no benefit from allowing Ocean of Clouds Academy to fall. Not only would I gain nothing, it would be disadvantageous to me. So if Senior needs me to do something, I won't refuse if it's within my ability. Yang Yi naturally understood that he wouldn't be able to escape unharmed if the academy fell. If it fell, then the Tao Order and Ancient Sword School would definitely be unable to stop Sky Divine Hall and the demon race. At that time, not to mention saving in Nanjing, even surviving would be a problem. Shang Yunxi and the others' gazes towards Yang Yi became much warmer when they heard this, and they felt quite grateful in their hearts. Shang Yunxi said, Kid, I promise that my academy will definitely help you with anything you need. Yang Yi smiled. Senior, just tell me what you need me to do. Everything else is pointless if this danger we're facing isn't resolved. Shang Yunxi nodded and spoke solemnly. I'm sure you've discerned the current situation. Our side is far weaker than the Welkin Wolf clan, Python clan, and Steel Ape clan. Moreover, they have Sky Divine Hall on their side. We can be said to have truly arrived at the moment of the decisive battle. If the experts of Sky Divine Hall come at that time, then we would definitely be crushed before their forces. Yang Yi asked. Senior, you have a plan, right? Shang Yunxi nodded. We must get help. Yang Yi asked. Who? Shang Yunxi answered. The Bear Clan. Demon beasts? Yang Yi frowned. Would they help us fight against other demon beasts? Sky Divine Hall is helping demon beasts attack humans, so why wouldn't demon beasts help us fight demon beasts? Asked Shang Yunxi. Right. Yang Yi nodded. But can Senior convince the king of the Bear Clan? No. Shang Yunxi shook his head. I don't know them well. Yang Yi's face stiffened. Then what are you trying to say? Shang Yunxi answered. That's why I brought you here. I hope that you can convince the Bear Clan and make them help us. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, You're saying that you don't know the saints of the Bear Clan, and you want me to convince them to help us against our enemies? Shang Yunxi nodded. Stop joking. Yang Yi continued. All of you don't know the Bear Clan well, and I don't know them at all. Shang Yunshi flipped his palm, and a black fang appeared in his grasp. When I first arrived at Pine Prefecture all those years ago, I helped the last king of the Bear Clan by chance, and he gave this to me and said that he owes me a favor. So, you'll be heading there to make them repay that favor? Yan Ye's expression eased up slightly. Is it a huge favor? Shang Yunshi had quite an unusual expression on his face, but it didn't take long for him to return to normal. It's alright. In any case, it shouldn't be a problem to make them send 1 or 2 saints to help us. Yan Yi glanced doubtfully at Shang Yunshi. Senior, why aren't you going yourself? What if Welkin Wolf Demon King launches a surprise attack while I'm gone? Shang Yunshi continued. All of us dare not leave the city, and besides you, no one else in the city is strong enough to complete this task. So, you have to do it. Yan Yi thought for a long time and said, How long will it take for Sky Divine Hall's forces to arrive? Shang Yunshi replied, 3 days at most. Because we destroyed the teleportation formations in Orbit City, and it will take 3 days at least to repair it. In other words, if you can't get the Bear Clan to help us in 3 days, then you can bury our corpses. Yan Yi glanced at the fang in his grasp. Will the Bear Clan really do it because of this fang? I dare not guarantee it. Shang Yunshi continued. After all, it was a favor owed by the previous king of the Bear Clan. In short, it's our last chance, so we have to give it a try. Right. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a long time and nodded. Then I will. Shang Yunshi and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief, and Shang Yunshi said, Remember that you shouldn't return if you can't get help in 3 days from now. Because you would only be giving your life away. Understand? Yan Yi spoke solemnly. I'll try my best. Shang Yunshi said. Then set out right now. I'll send you there. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and Yan Yi instantly vanished on the spot. Once Yan Yi vanished, Instructor Zhua, who stood by the dean's side, suddenly said, Is it really good to trick him like that? Shang Yunxi's face froze, and then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. It really is our last chance. Even if that fellow, Xiong Ba, still holds resentment towards me, it isn't to the extent of acting against Yan Yi. At the most, he'll be driven out. Instructor Zhua spoke solemnly. I think it won't be that simple. It would be fine if anyone else went, but if it's that fellow, Yan Yi, he might cause some trouble instead. Shang Yunshi sighed softly. That's exactly why I made him go. If I sent anyone else, then that person would be terrified at the sight of Xiong Ba, let alone getting us help. Only Yan Yi might have a chance. I just hope he'll succeed. Instructor Zhua sighed softly. I hope so. Let's recuperate as quickly as possible. Perhaps it'll be the last time we do that. Outside Ocean of Cloud City, Yu Wuxuan gazed at the woman who was holding a fox in her arms, and she sized the woman up for quite some time before she asked, What's your name? The woman hesitated for a moment before she spoke. They call me Oblivion Maiden. Oblivion Maiden? Yu Wuxuan was quite stunned, and there was a wisp of surprise in her eyes. That's quite a strange name. Oblivion Maiden spoke softly. Is Yang Yi here? What's your connection to him? Yu Wuxuan continued. Tell me and I'll tell you where he is. Oblivion Maiden fell silent for a while, and then she said, I've been looking for him for a long time, a really long time. But he's too fast, so I haven't been able to catch up to him. Tell me where he is, all right? Yu Wuxuan asked. Is he really very important to you? Oblivion Maiden glanced at the fox in her arms and nodded. That amorous fellow. Yu Wuxuan muttered under her breath, and then she looked at Oblivion Maiden. He was sent on a mission by the dean, and he'll be back in 2 days. Why don't you come into the city with me? I'll give you a room, and I'll immediately bring him to see you once he returns. All right? Oblivion Maiden was quite hesitant, but Yu Wuxuan continued. Don't worry, I know him very well. He'll definitely take responsibility for what he has done. The reason he has been avoiding you is definitely because of some sort of misunderstanding between both of you. It'll be fine once the misunderstanding is resolved. Oblivion Maiden hesitated for a moment and said, Will he really come back? Yu Wushwang replied. He definitely will. Oblivion Maiden thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll wait here for him to come back. Yu Wushwang grinned. Come, let's head in the city. I'll introduce you to someone. Perhaps you'll call each other sisters in the future. Yu Wushwang turned around and walked into the city. Oblivion Maiden glanced at Yu Wushwang, and then she lightly rubbed the fox's head and said, Ali, we'll be able to return very soon. As soon as she finished speaking, she followed Yu Wushwang into the city. Chapter 986. Yang Yi felt complicated emotions well up inside him when he heard this. Of course, he was mostly touched. As he sensed how their figures trembled slightly, he knew that this entire period where he was gone was definitely torture to them. Yang Yi took a deep breath, wrapped his arms tightly around them, and said, I'll try my best not to act impulsively again from now on, just so that you don't have to be so worried about me. Yu Wushwang suddenly raised her head to look at Yang Yi. Remember what you said? Yang Yi nodded and smiled. All right, let's not continue putting on a show for everyone here. Yu Wushwang and Lu Weiner hurriedly left Yang Yi's arms when they heard this. They'd been too excited just now and had actually forgotten that so many were in the surroundings, so they immediately started blushing a little. You're back! Shang Qingying walked over to Yang Yi and said. They really were worried about you. Yang Yi replied. I know. I don't dare guarantee that I wouldn't make them worry again, but I'll work hard on making them not worry that much. Shang Qingying nodded slightly and said, Now you can deal with the matters here. She moved to the side once she finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at the crowd. All of their expressions changed slightly when they saw Yang Yi. Compared to the saints of Ocean of Clouds Academy, they actually feared Yang Yi more. At the very least, those saints would be reasonable, but Yang Yi was completely unreasonable sometimes. Moreover, he even liked to act against convention. They could be said to fear Yang Yi. The middle-aged man who stepped forward earlier hesitated for some time, and then he said, Instructor Yang, we just want to leave the city. We hold no ill intent towards the academy, Miss Yu, or anyone else. Yang Yi nodded. I know. If you did hold ill intent, then we wouldn't be talking right now. He glanced at them at this point, and then he said, I understand why all of you don't want to risk your lives and fight the demon beasts. After all, most of you don't belong to the academy. Coupled with the fact that there's no enmity between all of you and the demon beasts, even I wouldn't force all of you to stay. The middle-aged man and the others behind him instantly heaved sighs of relief. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, I won't stop all of you from leaving, but I'd like to remind all of you that the city will always be open to all of you. All of you can come back whenever you want. The middle-aged man and the others were visibly astounded when they heard Yang Yi, and even Yu Wushwang and the others were quite surprised. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to say that. Yang Yi continued, All of you don't owe me anything, nor do you owe the academy anything. Strictly speaking, the academy owes all of you a debt. Because the city would have been breached a long time ago if it wasn't for all of your presence here. Allow me to give all of you a promise. So long as the city is standing and all of you are willing to return, then the gates of the city will always be open for all of you. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi turned around and shouted, Open the gates. There was naturally no one who dared to disobey Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for the gates to be opened slowly. However, no one here left once the gates had been opened. Quite some time passed before the middle-aged man from before suddenly bowed slightly to Yang Yi. Instructor Yang, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot out of the city. Once the middle-aged man left, the others behind him started to flash out of the city as well. In less than an hour, just a few tens of thousands of cultivators were left here. Most of them were at the monarch realm, and there were some half-saints. Yang Yi asked, Aren't all of you leaving? Meanwhile, an old man at the half-saint realm suddenly stepped forward and said, I planned to leave before this, but I don't want to anymore. There's a very slim chance of survival if we leave. After all, the army of demon beasts have surrounded the area, so where can we flee to? The reason we wanted to leave earlier was because there was a slim chance of survival out there, but there was no chance of survival in the city. However, once I saw Instructor Young again, I think that we have a very good chance to survive with Instructor Young here. At the very least, we have a 30 or 40% chance to survive. Indeed. Another black-robed old man stepped forward. Chaos is coming to the south, and while it's a calamity to us, it's also an opportunity. My lifespan is about to be exhausted, so I wouldn't be able to live for long if I were to flee. So isn't it better to stay here and fight? Perhaps I might even be able to attain a breakthrough. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at the others behind the two old men. What about all of you? We intend to fight by Instructor Yang's side. One of the young men said. Just as that senior said just now, it's a calamity, but it's also an opportunity. I believe that the Academy won't treat us unfairly if we stay behind and fight by its side. Moreover, we won't just be able to temper ourselves by staying here to fight the demon beasts, we can even obtain their inner cores. So, we intend to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the others around him immediately nodded and displayed their agreement. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, I represent the Academy to promise that the Academy won't take a single inner core from the demon beasts. Every one of them will be divided to all of you. Besides that, all the cultivation facilities of the Academy within the city will be provided for free to all of you. So long as you're from the city, you can use those facilities to cultivate. Moreover, the Academy will arrange for experts to provide guidance to all of you, and you can seek them out for any questions about your cultivation that you have. Yang Yi paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point, and then he continued. Besides that, allow me to represent the Academy to give all of you another promise. If any mishaps are to occur to any of you, then your children and grandchildren will be taken care of and fostered by the Academy. So long as they remain in the city, they'll be protected by the Academy for generations to come. Instructor Yang, is that true? The half-saint standing before Yang Yi was quite excited. Most of them were independent cultivators that had no backing. So, they fully understood the pains of being an independent cultivator. They had no resources or protection, and they could only suffer the fate of being humiliated when they encountered the disciples of the various sections. It could be said that the lives of independent cultivators was extremely difficult. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to join a power, it was that most had become independent cultivators because they didn't possess sufficient natural talent, and no power was willing to accept them. That was why they'd become independent cultivators. Yet now, what did Yang Yi's promise represent? It represented that Ocean of Clouds Academy would protect their children and grandchildren. It was an umbrella of protection that included saints. Moreover, they would be fostered by the Academy. That was temptation which was absolutely impossible for them to refuse. Yang Yi said, I always keep my word. The others here immediately seethed with excitement when they heard him, and countless people started cheering with excitement and joy. We're willing to live and die with the Academy. Live and die with the Academy. Lie and die with the Academy. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's promise to spread throughout the city. In an instant, the entire city was seething with excitement. At this moment, they were truly willing to stay and defend the city, and it was also this moment that they truly treated Ocean of Cloud City as their future home. Cloud Ocean Pavilion. Yu Wuxuang and Lu Weiner sat before Yang Yi in the room, and their gazes were locked firmly onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled slightly unnaturally from being stared at by them. Is there something on my face? Why are both of you constantly looking at me like that? Lu Weiner said. Did you kill Li Yun? Yang Yi nodded, and then he waved his right hand. Li Yun, who had been refined into a sword servant, appeared within the room. The two of them exchanged glances upon seeing Li Yun, and there was shock in their eyes. They'd never imagined that Yang Yi had actually killed a saint. After all, it was a saint. Yet Yang Yi was only a half-saint. Yang Yi suddenly said, Have Ding Xiang and the others not finished their battle? Yu Wuxuang knew what Yang Yi meant, and she immediately glanced at Lu Weiner and said, I've looked through the Academy's library, and I found a way to rebuild the Dantian. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, What is it? Lu Weiner gazed at Yu Wushwang as well. Yu Wushwang remained silent for a long time before she said, "There's a treasure called the Fruit of Creation, and it's said to possess the ability of creation. I don't know what exact abilities of creation it possesses, but I know that once it's swallowed, it can store profound energy just like a dantian. Moreover, it's said to be even more terrifying than a human dantian because it's capable of storing a practically unlimited amount of profound energy, and it can even grow with its owner. So, even saints seek to obtain it, and change their own dantians. The fruit of creation." Yang Yi frowned a little and said, "Where can I get one?" Yu Wushwang replied, "You can get it in Pine Prefecture itself." Yang Yi gazed at her to indicate that she should continue. Yu Wushwang glanced at Lu Weiner, who had quite a bit of excitement on her face, and then Yu Wushwang hesitated for a moment before she continued. "There's an ocean a few million kilometers away from here, and it's called the Zither of Love. It's a boundless ocean, and there's an island there called Immortal Island. There's a tree on that island called the Tree of Creation, and it's the tree that bears fruits of creation." Lu Weiner suddenly spoke. "It's dangerous, right?" Yu Wushwang nodded. "Zither of Love is under the territory of one of the 12 demon kings of Pine Prefecture, Azura Queen." When she spoke up to this point, Yu Wushwang raised her head to gaze at Yang Yi. "At the same time, she's the strongest amongst the 12 demon kings. According to rumor, she's extremely hostile towards humans because her older sister was deceived by a human and suffered a miserable end. Any human who dares to step foot onto that ocean would be instantly annihilated by her. There was once a saint who desired to obtain a fruit of creation, and had headed to the Zither of Love, but he never came back." Yu Wushwang suddenly grabbed Yang Yi's hand and said, "The reason I told you all of that is because I wanted you to know that there still is hope for Big Sister Weiner. However, I similarly wanted to tell you that you can't rush it, and you can't be impulsive about it. Understand?" Lu Weiner suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Promise me that you won't be impulsive. Otherwise, I would rather die." Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he grabbed both of their hands and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not a brainless person." Yu Wushwang was about to say something, but Shang Qingying suddenly entered the room. She glanced at Yang Yi with a strange gaze and then she said, "Yang Yi, there's a woman outside the city who's looking for you. She said that she's a friend of yours, and she has been searching for you for a long time." "A woman?" Yu Wushwang and Lu Weiner gazed at Yang Yi, and their gazes were slightly hostile. On the other hand, Yang Yi was slightly stunned. "A woman is looking for me? A friend of mine? She has even been looking for me for a long time? Who is that?" Chapter 987. Yang Yi asked. "Did she not say anything?" Shang Qingying shook her head slightly. "She didn't. She merely said that she had been looking for you for a very long time. She didn't seem to be lying." When she spoke up to this point, Shang Qingying hesitated for a moment and said, "Yang Yi, she seems weak and delicate, and she seems quite pitiable. If you did something to her, then you should be responsible, otherwise I would think badly about you." Shang Qingying left once she finished speaking. Yang Yi was speechless. "You're quite charming, aren't you?" Lu Weiner suddenly glanced at Yang Yi. Yu Wushwang suddenly said, "Of course. Why else would she be looking for him for so long?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "Stop being so sarcastic. Let me go and find out what it's about." He started walking towards the door once he finished speaking. However, Yang Yi's expression changed slightly once he stepped through the door. Because his field of vision warped, and the scene before his eyes changed. It didn't take long for him to appear in a gray and hazy world, and Shang Yunxi stood in front of him. There were 4 other old men standing by Shang Yunxi's side. At this moment, Yang Yi noticed that one of the white-robed old men who was with Instructor Zhuo before this had vanished. Besides that, all of their auras were very unstable, while their countenances were extremely pale. "Shang Yunxi said, 'Thank you.'" Yang Yi was puzzled. Shang Yunxi said, "Thank you for staying in the city. Needless to say, we would have lost the city a long time ago if it wasn't for you. Kid, we aren't ungrateful people. Well, remember this debt, Yang Yi said. Senior, if you really think like that, then you can give me 2 more divine rank techniques. Shang Yunxi laughed as he scolded. Kid, do you think they are easily obtained? Do you know that even our academy has only 5 divine rank techniques? It isn't that we refuse to give it to you, but those techniques require you to be female or possess special physiques to cultivate. So, it's pointless to give them to you. Yang Yi spoke seriously. It's fine if you don't have any techniques. Then how about some violet crystals, divine rank treasures, or other precious treasures? I won't refuse them. The corners of their mouths twitched, and they felt like beating Yang Yi up. Shang Yunxi replied, Let's not talk about that for now. I brought you here because I want you to do something for me. Yang Yi asked, Is there anything in it for me? Shang Yunxi's expression turned slightly unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, I was joking. No matter what, we're on the same boat now. They'll gain no benefit from allowing Ocean of Clouds Academy to fall. Not only would I gain nothing, it would be disadvantageous to me. So if Senior needs me to do something, I won't refuse if it's within my ability. Yang Yi naturally understood that he wouldn't be able to escape unharmed if the academy fell. If it fell, then the Tao Order and Ancient Sword School would definitely be unable to stop Sky Divine Hall and the demon race. At that time, not to mention saving in Nanjing, even surviving would be a problem. Shang Yunxi and the others' gazes towards Yang Yi became much warmer when they heard this, and they felt quite grateful in their hearts. Shang Yunxi said, Kid, I promise that my academy will definitely help you with anything you need. Yang Yi smiled. Senior, just tell me what you need me to do. Everything else is pointless if this danger we're facing isn't resolved. Shang Yunxi nodded and spoke solemnly. I'm sure you've discerned the current situation. Our side is far weaker than the Welkin Wolf clan, Python clan, and Steel Ape clan. Moreover, they have Sky Divine Hall on their side. We can be said to have truly arrived at the moment of the decisive battle. If the experts of Sky Divine Hall come at that time, then we would definitely be crushed before their forces. Yang Yi asked. Senior, you have a plan, right? Shang Yunxi nodded. We must get help. Yang Yi asked. Who? Shang Yunxi answered. The Bear Clan. Demon beasts? Yang Yi frowned. Would they help us fight against other demon beasts? Sky Divine Hall is helping demon beasts attack humans, so why wouldn't demon beasts help us fight demon beasts? Asked Shang Yunxi. Right. Yang Yi nodded. But can Senior convince the king of the Bear Clan? No. Shang Yunxi shook his head. I don't know them well. Yang Yi's face stiffened. Then what are you trying to say? Shang Yunxi answered. That's why I brought you here. I hope that you can convince the Bear Clan and make them help us. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, You're saying that you don't know the saints of the Bear Clan, and you want me to convince them to help us against our enemies? Shang Yunxi nodded. Stop joking, Yang Yi continued. All of you don't know the Bear Clan well, and I don't know them at all. Shang Yunxi flipped his palm, and a black fang appeared in his grasp. When I first arrived at Pine Prefecture all those years ago, I helped the last king of the Bear Clan by chance, and he gave this to me and said that he owes me a favor. So, you'll be heading there to make them repay that favor? Yang Yi's expression eased up slightly. Is it a huge favor? Shang Yunxi had quite an unusual expression on his face, but it didn't take long for him to return to normal. It's all right. In any case, it shouldn't be a problem to make them send 1 or 2 saints to help us. Yang Yi glanced doubtfully at Shang Yunxi. Senior, why aren't you going yourself? What if Welkin Wolf Demon King launches a surprise attack while I'm gone? Shang Yunxi continued. All of us dare not leave the city, and besides you, no one else in the city is strong enough to complete this task. So, you have to do it. Yang Yi thought for a long time and said, How long will it take for Sky Divine Hall's forces to arrive? Shang Yunxi replied, 3 days at most. Because we destroyed the teleportation formations in Orbit City, and it will take 3 days at least to repair it. In other words, if you can't get the Bear Clan to help us in 3 days, then you can bury our corpses. Yan Yi glanced at the fang in his grasp. Will the bear clan really do it because of this fang? I dare not guarantee it. Shan Yunshi continued. After all, it was a favor owed by the previous king of the bear clan. In short, it's our last chance, so we have to give it a try. Right. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a long time and nodded. Then I will. Shan Yunshi and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief, and Shan Yunshi said, Remember that you shouldn't return if you can't get help in 3 days from now. Because you would only be giving your life away. Understand? Yan Yi spoke solemnly. I'll try my best. Shan Yunshi said. Then set out right now. I'll send you there. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and Yan Yi instantly vanished on the spot. Once Yan Yi vanished, Instructor Zhuo, who stood by the dean's side, suddenly said, Is it really good to trick him like that? Shan Yunxi's face froze, and then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. It really is our last chance. Even if that fellow, Xiong Ba, still holds resentment towards me, it isn't to the extent of acting against Yan Yi. At the most, he'll be driven out. Instructor Zhuo spoke solemnly. I think it won't be that simple. It would be fine if anyone else went, but if it's that fellow, Yan Yi, he might cause some trouble instead. Shan Yunshi sighed softly. That's exactly why I made him go. If I sent anyone else, then that person would be terrified at the sight of Xiong Ba, let alone getting us help. Only Yan Yi might have a chance. I just hope he'll succeed. Instructor Zhuo sighed softly. I hope so. Let's recuperate as quickly as possible. Perhaps it'll be the last time we do that. Outside Ocean of Cloud City, Yu Wuxuan gazed at the woman who was holding a fox in her arms, and she sized the woman up for quite some time before she asked, What's your name? The woman hesitated for a moment before she spoke. They call me Oblivion Maiden. Oblivion Maiden? Yu Wuxuan was quite stunned, and there was a wisp of surprise in her eyes. That's quite a strange name. Oblivion Maiden spoke softly. Is Yan Yi here? What's your connection to him? Yu Wuxuan continued. Tell me and I'll tell you where he is. Oblivion Maiden fell silent for a while, and then she said, I've been looking for him for a long time, a really long time. But he's too fast, so I haven't been able to catch up to him. Tell me where he is, all right? Yu Wuxuan asked. Is he really very important to you? Oblivion Maiden glanced at the fox in her arms and nodded. That amorous fellow. Yu Wuxuan muttered under her breath, and then she looked at Oblivion Maiden. He was sent on a mission by the dean, and he'll be back in 2 days. Why don't you come into the city with me? I'll give you a room, and I'll immediately bring him to see you once he returns. All right? Oblivion Maiden was quite hesitant, but Yu Wuxuan continued. Don't worry, I know him very well. He'll definitely take responsibility for what he has done. The reason he has been avoiding you is definitely because of some sort of misunderstanding between both of you. It'll be fine once the misunderstanding is resolved. Oblivion Maiden hesitated for a moment and said, Will he really come back? Yu Wuxuan replied, He definitely will. Oblivion Maiden thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll wait here for him to come back. Yu Wuxuan grinned. Come, let's head in the city. I'll introduce you to someone. Perhaps you'll call each other sisters in the future. Yu Wuxuan turned around and walked into the city. Oblivion Maiden glanced at Yu Wuxuan, and then she lightly rubbed the fox's head and said, Ali, we'll be able to return very soon. As soon as she finished speaking, she followed Yu Wuxuan into the city. Chapter 988. There were 5 powerful clans of demon beasts in the south, and they were the Welkin Wolf clan, the Heaven-Devouring Python clan, the Steelate clan, the Bear clan, and the Snow Leopard clan that lived in the snowy mountains all year long. The strongest amongst these 5 clans was the Bear clan, especially the earthen bears of the Bear clan. According to rumor, earthen bears that had comprehended their innate ability were comparable to the legendary Dragon clan. The Bear clan resided on the earthen mountain range around 1,000,000 kilometers to the east of Ocean of Cloud City. It possessed almost 10 spirit veins, and it was the wealthiest clan of demon beasts throughout the south. A ray of light tore through the sky, and then it descended like a shooting star into the outer area of the mountain range. Yan Yi stood on the spot and glanced at the surroundings. He was surrounded by a dense expanse of ancient trees which towered into the sky and blotted it out. He pondered deeply for a moment, and was just about to move forward. However, the ground started to quake violently, and then a completely pitch-black bear charged out from afar. The black bear wasn't very large, and it was only around 2 to 3 times larger than an adult. Its body was covered in a dense layer of black armor, and its claws were around 30 centimeters long. Every single step it took caused the ground to tremble violently, and it even caused cracks to appear. After it shot out of the forest, it didn't stop at all and even sped up as it charged towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed as he slowly clenched his right fist. Swish! Meanwhile, the black bear suddenly leaped up and rammed itself towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi swiftly swung his fist forward. Bang! Yang Yi's fist smashed against the black bear's head, and it was instantly blasted flying like a cannonball. It flew for almost 300 m before it finally crashed heavily against the ground. Awu! The bear howled with pain, and it held its head with both paws as it started rolling incessantly on the ground. Yan Yi walked over to the black bear, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little as he watched it roll incessantly on the ground. This fellow really acts like a child, Yan Yi said. Stand up! The bear paid no attention to him, and it just continued rolling on the ground and howling with pain. Bang! Yan Yi suddenly stomped the ground with his right foot, and the ground quaked while countless trees in the surroundings exploded into pieces. Yan Yi spoke coldly. The next one will smash down on your head if you still refuse to get up. This time, the bear didn't continue rolling again. It got up, took quite a few steps back, and gazed at Yan Yi with fear. After it stopped rolling, Yan Yi finally noticed that a huge bump had swelled up on its head. At this moment, he understood that had struck it a little too hard. Even though it was a demon beast, it was only at the monarch realm. However, Yan Yi's current physical body wasn't inferior to Xing Yuan, who was one of the 5 young demon kings, let alone this black bear. Yan Yi said, Take me to see your king! The black bear's eyes opened wide, and then it hurriedly shook its head. Yan Yi waved his fist and said, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Oh, I mean a chance to nod in response. There was horror in the bear's eyes as it gazed at Yan Yi's fist, and then it blinked before leaping backward with the intention of fleeing. However, Yan Yi suddenly appeared in front of it, and then his fist smashed against its head. Bang! The bear was blasted flying again. This time, it smashed a deep hole open in the ground. A short while passed before Yan Yi appeared in front of it again. Take me to your king, and I won't beat you up. Otherwise, we can continue. The black bear, which had 2 bumps on its head, now gazed fearfully at Yan Yi, and it was visibly struggling. Meanwhile, Yan Yi raised his fist again, and it caused the bear's figure to tremble slightly before quickly nodding. Yan Yi grinned and put his fist down. You're very sensible. He immediately leaped up and descended onto the bear's back. I can't fly here, so take me there. Don't try anything or I won't just beat you up. The black bear nodded extremely unwillingly, and then it started moving forward. After walking for some time, the black bear suddenly spoke. Human, why are you so strong? Yan Yi was slightly stunned, and then he said, Actually, you're too weak. What nonsense! The bear was furious. However, it had only just finished speaking when its voice grew softer because it seemed to have recalled how terrifying Yang Yi was. My big sister said humans are extremely weak. She even said that I can kill a human half-saint with a single swing of my paw. You're a half-saint, so why are you so strong? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, I'm a little unique. Right, why did you try to ram me as soon as you saw me? Is your bear clan very hostile to humans? Not really. I never intended to ram against you. I was just running too fast and wasn't able to stop. The black bear spoke in a slightly wrong voice. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. After they moved forward for quite some time, Yang Yi suddenly frowned. Why do I sense bears in the surroundings, yet they dare not come close to us? Humph! Of course they don't. The black bear's voice carried a trace of complacency. It's because they fear me. Yan Yi was puzzled. Why? The bear immediately stopped when it finished speaking. Because… Human, we're here! Yan Yi looked up and was slightly stunned. A boundless plain stretched out before him, and a grand city that was at least 3 times larger than Ocean of Clouds City stood at the center of it. This is Earthen City, the black bear continued. They say the largest city in Pine Prefecture is Ocean of Clouds City. Humph! Actually, Earthen City is the true largest city in the prefecture. It's huge indeed. Yan Yi nodded. So, can we just enter the city like this? It would definitely be impossible if you were all alone. The bear continued. But it's not a problem when I'm here with you. However, since I'm taking you to see the king, can you promise me something? Yan Yi said. Go on. Take me from Earthen Mountain Range. There was quite a bit of excitement in the bear's voice. I, Xiong Beitian, intend to leave and challenge the 5 top geniuses of the human race. I'm going to challenge the other 4 young demon kings as well. I, Xiong Beitian, am going to become the number 1 genius of the prefecture. Slap! Yan Yi suddenly slapped the bear on its head, and he chuckled as he scolded. Wake up. You'll be roasted alive if you leave like this. You're doubting my strength. The black bear was quite displeased. Let me tell you that while you're very strong, I'm extremely formidable as well. I didn't use my trump card earlier. Even a saint would have to fear me if I used it. The world outside is very dangerous, so it's better for you to stay here. Yan Yi patted the bear on the head and said, Come, take me to your king. The black bear hesitated for a moment and said, Big brother, can you go in yourself? Yan Yi asked. Why? The black bear replied, I snuck out from the city. I'll definitely be punished if I return now. My older sister is horrifying when she starts beating me, and it hurts even more than your punches. Yan Yi chuckled. It's fine. It'll help you if she hits you. You might not be able to defeat her. The black bear continued. My older sister is really extremely strong. She's… Yan Yi said. I'll start beating you right now if you continue talking. The black bear trembled, and he didn't dare speak another word and just started running towards the city while carrying Yan Yi on his back. However, right when they were about to enter the city, a black shadow suddenly shot down towards them from above. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He shot into the air and smashed his fist towards the black shadow. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the air and the sky trembled. Yan Yi descended to the ground and shot a glance at his fist. It had actually swelled up while a trace of seriousness appeared in Yan Yi's eyes. He raised his head and looked over, and he saw a woman in beast skin standing there. She was a little over the age of 20, her long hair hung down loosely to her shoulders, and it seemed quite messy. She wore a beast skin tube and skirt, while her legs and stomach were fully exposed. Wild. That was the first impression she gave Yan Yi. He felt a sense of wildness coming from her. Big sister. Meanwhile, the black bear cried out with surprise, and he was about to flee. However, it was too late. The woman suddenly appeared in front of him, and then she smashed her fist against his head. The black bear howled with pain as his figure was blasted almost 3 kilometers away before finally smashing open a deep hole in the ground. However, the woman didn't stop there. She shot into the hole, and it didn't take long for her to fly out while holding the black bear by his tail. After that, she swung him by the tail and smashed him against the ground. Bang! The ground there collapsed in an instant, but that wasn't the end of it. As soon as that was over, she kicked the black bear's stomach, and he howled with pain as his figure was blasted flying once more. The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched as he watched this. At this moment, he felt a little pity for the black bear. Bang! 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 The ground shook incessantly while the black bear's howls resounded without end. Big brother! Save me! Meanwhile, The black bear's voice appeared intermittently. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment when he heard this, and then he said, Young miss, I think that violence doesn't solve anything. Both of you should sit down and talk about it. After all, had promised Xiong Beitian that he would protect him, so Yan Yi had decided to lend him a hand. Bang! The woman kicked Xiong Beitian on the stomach again, and he was blasted flying and crashed heavily against the ground once more. Meanwhile, the woman didn't follow up with another attack. She turned to look at Yan Yi instead and said, I think that violence is the best way to resolve problems. Now it's your turn. As soon as she finished speaking, she stomped her right foot against the ground, and her figure instantly shot forward like a cannonball. She clenched her right fist in midair and smashed it down in Yan Yi's direction. Yan Yi's expression changed slightly because her strength had exceeded his expectations a little. So, he didn't dare act carelessly, and his profound energy surged into his right hand before he smashed a punch forward as well. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then both of them separated. Yan Yi moved around 300 m back, and every single step he took caused a deep footprint to be stamped into the ground. As for the woman, she moved around 30 m back. Big brother. My older sister is one of the 5 young demon kings. You aren't a match for her, and not to mention her own younger brother, she would even hit herself when she flares up. Just flee right away. Meanwhile, Xiong Beitian's weak voice resounded once more. Chapter 989. One of the 5 young demon kings? Yan Yi sized her up for a moment. He hadn't expected her to actually be one of the 5 young demon kings of the prefecture. However, it made sense because her physical strength was even greater than Xingyuan, so it wasn't really surprising. Are you Shangguan Yihai or Qing Daofu? She sized him up and said, Wait. Shangguan Yihai and Qing Daofu both don't possess such powerful physical strength and defenses. Human! Who are you? Yan Yi flipped his palm and withdrew the bare tooth. I'm here to see your king. Her expression changed upon seeing the tooth, and she said, You're from Ocean of Clouds Academy. Yan Yi was quite surprised. How did you know that? You're courting death. She suddenly roared with fury, and then her figure shot forward and blasted her fist at Yan Yi's head. Yan Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected her to actually attack him because it was quite surprising. Yan Yi didn't have the time to think about it as her fist was already in front of him. He flipped his palm, and the white shield appeared in his grasp before he raised it against her fist. Bang! An explosion resounded from the collision, and the ground around them instantly started to crack apart. Meanwhile, Yan Yi took around 20 steps back in succession, while the woman took a few steps back as well. Because the commotion from their battle was too loud, countless bears of a huge variety had come out of the city. However, they didn't dare come close and stayed far away from the battlefield. Bang! Countless bears slapped their paws incessantly against the ground, and it was like they were cheering. Meanwhile, Xiong Beitian, who was lying on the ground in the distance, said, Big brother, they are cheering for you. Cheering for me? Yan Yi was stunned. He glanced at the surroundings, and sure enough, he saw that those bears were looking at him. Moreover, they really seemed like they were cheering for him. Meanwhile, the woman glanced at the bears in the surroundings, and all of them went silent in an instant. After that, they either raised their heads and looked up into the sky or looked down at the ground instead. They acted as if they didn't know anything. I think that we can sit down and talk about it, Yan Yi suddenly said. There's definitely some sort of misunderstanding between us. The fist isn't always able to resolve a problem, because it might make the incident grow even more complicated, and it might even cause some bad things to happen. So why don't? The woman interrupted him in a cold tone. Are all the men of Ocean of Clouds Academy so cowardly? Yan Yi's face froze. Quite some time passed before he nodded. The facts of the situation prove that I was wrong. Reason isn't always able to resolve a problem, because many people on this world don't know what's good for them. If you try to reason with them, they will think that you're afraid of them, and they would try to take a yard instead. Since it's like that, then let's use violence instead. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Herculean sword appeared in his grasp. He suddenly took a step forward with his right foot while he held the Herculean sword in his right hand, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. At the same time, his sword smashed forcefully towards the woman. Because Yang Yi was too quick and his strength was too powerful, the space before him was blasted apart, and it was an extremely shocking sight. The woman's expression changed slightly when she saw the Herculean sword smash down towards her. Obviously, she hadn't expected Yang Yi's strength to be so terrifying. She wasn't able to dodge and could only face Yang Yi's attack directly. She smashed her fist forward. An explosion resounded before the woman was blasted backwards. At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of her again, and his sword smashed down once more. Bang! She was blasted backwards again. Just like that, Yang Yi's speed was swift to its limits while enhanced by the laws of speed, and it caused her to have no chance to fight back and could only defend herself incessantly. In less than a few breaths of time, she had been pushed over 5 kilometers back, and her legs had dug out a very long trench below her. The sight of this caused the spectating bears to be flabbergasted. Especially Xiong Beitian, his gaze towards Yang Yi was filled with excitement and admiration right now. Even though Yang Yi had seized the upper hand and was firmly suppressing her in battle, Yang Yi's expression grew even more solemn. Because he noticed that his violent attack hadn't caused any material harm to her, and the reason she had been suppressed was mainly because of his laws of speed. Simply speaking, he hadn't really gained an advantage over her at all. Bang! It didn't take long for her to be pushed against the city wall. She suddenly stomped her right foot against the wall behind her, and her figure shot forward like a cannonball towards Yang Yi. Right when she was about to ram against Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was over 1 kilometer away when he appeared again. She stopped herself and turned to look at Yang Yi with a slightly solemn gaze. The laws of speed, Yang Yi said. I didn't come here to look for trouble. I'm only here to see the Bear King. Is the laws of speed very great? There was a slightly ferocious expression on the corners of her mouth as she swiftly slapped her hands forward. Bang! The entire ground trembled violently, and Yang Yi felt dizzy before pain came from his chest. His figure was blasted flying before smashing heavily against the city walls, and he even made it quake. The countless bears in the surroundings shook their heads at the sight of this, and they seemed to be feeling pity. Besides Lu Qianxiao, who isn't bad, the rest of the human men of Pine Prefecture are trash. As for you, you can be considered as a comparatively outstanding piece of trash amongst them. The woman started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction, and countless strands of yellow energy suddenly appeared in the ground beneath her feet as she moved. The energy surged incessantly towards her, and her imposing aura grew stronger and stronger as a result of it, causing even those bears in the surroundings to move back repeatedly. Cough! Yang Yi stood up slowly while a thread of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it off before he looked up at her, and he said, I really want to reason with you, but the facts of the situation prove that such thoughts are truly too foolish. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stretched out his right hand and an intent sword condensed in his grasp. Quasi-void rank sword intent. The woman's expression changed slightly when she witnessed this scene, and then her pupils constricted violently. Because countless rays of light had appeared in front of her. Bang! The woman smashed her fist forward, and the countless rays of light dispersed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared behind her, and he pressed a dagger against her nape. Her expression changed drastically at this moment, and she was about to counterattack. However, her figure suddenly stiffened on the spot because his dagger had stabbed into her nape, and blood had instantly dyed her entire back red. You think you're really strong? Yang Yi spoke by her ear. See? You're actually really weak. As he spoke, Yang Yi suddenly rammed his knee against her back. Bang! Her figure was blasted flying. However, just a moment passed before Yang Yi appeared behind her again, and he raised his leg and kicked her back this time. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from her mouth as her figure was blasted flying again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed her hair, and then slammed her against the ground on the left. Bang! A deep hole was smashed open there. However, it wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi held on to her hair and slammed her towards the right, then he slammed her forward then backward. In just a short moment, the ground around Yang Yi had completely collapsed, but Yang Yi hadn't stopped. He moved away from that spot and started smashing her against the ground again. The others here were stunned by the scene before them. Their eyes were open wide like the size of human fists as they watched Yang Yi, and they looked at him like they were looking at a monster. Xiong Beitian was shocked to the point his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. However, when he noticed that Yang Yi showed no signs of stopping, he was astounded and hurriedly ran over to Yang Yi's side. Big brother. Stop hitting her. I was just joking. Don't hit my big sister. Had only just arrived by Yang Yi's side when Yang Yi suddenly turned around, and then Yang Yi smashed his fist against Xiong Beitian's head. A muffled bang resounded as Xiong Beitian howled with pain, and he transformed into a black shadow that shot backwards and crashed to the ground. After he blasted Xiong Beitian away, Yang Yi continued smashing the woman against the ground. I wanted to reason with you, but you wanted to use the fist instead. So, let's use the fist to our heart's content today. Bang! The ground started to tremble incessantly. Quickly stop him! Meanwhile, Xiong Beitian's weak voice suddenly resounded from afar. The other bears in the surroundings finally recovered from their shock when they heard him, and they howled as they charged in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving when he noticed the movement around him, and he raised his head to look at them. At this moment, his eyes were red. Fuck off! Yang Yi suddenly howled with fury, and a ray of blood-red light swept out while a dense aura of blood instantly suffused the surroundings. Some of the bears that led the group were assaulted by the red light, and their eyes immediately turned crimson red before they started pouncing on their own companions. As for those who hadn't gotten close enough, they were horrified and started retreating incessantly. Xiong Beitian roared. Big brother. Stop right now! Stop right now! Shall die if you continue! The blood-red hue in Yang Yi's eyes cleared up quite a bit when he heard Xiong Beitian, and it didn't take long for his eyes to become clear once more. As for the red light he emanated, they surged back into him like a receding tide. The bears instantly returned to normal once the red light vanished. However, not a single one of them dared to charge forward now, and all of them revealed fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly raised the woman by her hair and tossed her away. Bang! She slammed against the wall, and a huge explosion resounded before she crashed to the ground. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from her mouth. Her figure twitched on the ground for a while before she gradually crawled back up to her feet. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of her again, and the tip of a sword was pressed against the center of her forehead. The sword was stabbed 3 centimeters into her skin, causing blood to seep out slowly and cover her face. Yang Yi's voice resounded by her ears. Now I'll give you another chance. Do you want to reason with me or compete with our fists? Chapter 990. Reason or the fist? Yang Yi's voice resounded like a sonorous bell. The woman stared fixedly at Yang Yi, but there was no fear or terror in her eyes, there was only calmness. Yang Yi, did you come here to put on a show of your strength? If you did, then you've succeeded, and you can leave. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from within the city. A saint. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he dispersed his intense sword and looked in the direction of the city. Senior, you must be joking. I came here under the Dean's orders to seek assistance from the Bear Clan. As for what happened just now, I think that sparring between the younger generation should be very normal. What do you think, Senior? It's very normal indeed, the voice said. Since it's like that, then the geniuses of my Bear Clan will have a little spar with you. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 brown bears suddenly leaped out of the city and slammed heavily against the ground. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the mountains in the distance shook violently. The brown bears weren't huge, but every single one of them possessed an aura that was deep like an ocean. They were like 9 towering mountains which had stood there since time immemorial, and they emanated a heavy pressure. Something worth mentioning was that all of them were completely alike. Even the moment their eyes blinked, or the minute movements they made while breathing were completely the same. Meanwhile, Xiong Beitian had walked over to Yang Ye's side and spoke softly. Big brother. They can even exchange a few blows with a saint when they join forces. You really shouldn't spar with them. Yan Yi nodded lightly, and then he looked up at the city and said, I don't really understand what Senior is trying to say. The voice replied, Defeat them and he'll let you enter the city to meet me. Lose and you can return from where you came from. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, As you wish. He walked towards those bears once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the woman who was lying on Xiong Beishan's back spoke abruptly. You're that Yang Yi who once challenged the Tao Order while at the Exalt Realm, slaughtered millions of wolves outside Ocean of Cloud City, and annihilated the entire secret court of Ocean of Cloud's Academy? Yang Yi stopped, and then he turned around to look at the woman. You know about me? She replied. So Xingyuan lost to you? Yang Yi asked. What are you trying to say? She gazed at him and said, I admit that you're very strong, but am not as weak as you imagine. The reason I lost is because I underestimated you, and that was my mistake. Yang Yi looked at her for a short while before he said, As far as I'm concerned, you're that weak. Yang Yi paid no further attention to her, and started walking towards the 9 bears again. The woman said, It'll make you take that back. Maybe in your next life. Yang Yi quickened his pace once he finished speaking. She clenched her fists tightly while her chest rose and fell rapidly. Roar! Meanwhile, the brown bears suddenly raised their heads and roared, and then they charged at Yang Yi in unison. As their paws descended upon the ground started to tremble and quake like there was an earthquake. At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving. An intense sword appeared in his grasp before he pressed it against the center of his brows, and he seemed like had entered a meditative state. In next to no time, the bears were less than 300 m away from Yang Yi, and the powerful imposing aura they emanated pressed down upon Yang Yi. Yang Yi remained firm and immovable like a mountain, but the ground behind him had started to collapse. At this moment, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed, and then Yang Yi appeared behind the 9 bears when the ray of light dispersed. Bang! 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 The other bears watched with astonishment as 3 of those brown bears slowly collapsed to the ground. It didn't take long for them to notice that the tendons on the front legs of those bears had been severed, and the cut was extremely flat and smooth like a mirror. Meanwhile, Yang Yi vanished on the spot again, and a ray of light flashed. Bang! 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 3 more brown bears crashed to the ground. A ray of light appeared again. Bang! 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 The last 3 bears fell to the ground. The tendons in all of their front legs had been severed without exception. The surroundings were perfectly silent. All the bears here looked with disbelief at that figure in the distance who stood with a sword in his hand. 9 high-rank half-saints, and they were even no ordinary high-rank half-saints, yet they'd still fallen before anyone could even discern what had happened. Is he a saint? All of them had such a thought while shock filled them. The woman clenched her fists tightly. There was shock, disbelief, and extreme fear in her eyes. Big sister, can you resist that attack of his? Xiong Beitian gulped and asked with a trembling voice. Bang! The woman suddenly smashed her fist against Xiong Beishan's head, and he was instantly smashed into the ground and smashed open a deep hole there. You won't be able to walk for a year if you continue. She glared at Xiong Beitian who was lying flat on the ground, and then she turned around to gaze at Yang Yi while an indescribable trace of complicated emotions could be seen in her eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took a deep breath, and his countenance was slightly pale. Had exhausted quite a bit of strength by executing death by a thought 3 times in succession. But it was worth it. because he could be considered to have paid the smallest price to gain victory. If he hadn't utilized death by a thought, then he would probably have to fight those bears for a few days and nights. He didn't have the time to waste on them. I underestimated you. Meanwhile, the voice resounded from within the city again. Come in. I'm really curious about how you'll convince me. Looks like that saint knows why I've come. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he shot towards the city. Yang Yi was quite surprised when he entered the city, because he noticed that many bears in the city had actually taken human form. However, most of them were still in their original form. At this moment, every single one of them was staring at him without exception. Big brother. Wait for me. Meanwhile, Xiong Beitian suddenly caught up to Yan Yi and said, Big brother, why have you come to see my father? That woman was by Xiong Beitian's side, and she was looking at him with a curious gaze. Yan Yi glanced at Xiong Beitian and said, You're the Bear King's son? Thump! Xiong Beitian struck his chest and spoke complacently. Of course. Yan Yi nodded slightly. While he was slightly surprised, it wasn't really surprising to him. Had sensed that Xiong Beitian's identity was definitely not ordinary since the very beginning. Because all the bears they passed shot gazes of respect towards Xiong Beitian, and they hadn't been obstructed all along the way. So, it clearly displayed how extraordinary Xiong Beitian's identity was. Xiong Beitian was stunned when he noticed that Yan Yi's expression remained calm, and then he said, Big brother, don't you have anything to say? I am the future leader of the Bear Clan. Yan Yi suddenly stopped moving and turned around to look at Xiong Beitian. Is that great? Xiong Beitian hadn't expected that Yan Yi would ask such a question and was stunned by it. Isn't it great? Our Bear Clan is the strongest clan of demon beasts in Pian Prefecture. Yan Yi nodded. The Bear Clan is great, but are you? I. Xiong Beitian glanced at Yan Yi and spoke softly. Actually, I'm quite strong. Yan Yi asked, Can you defeat me? Xiong Beitian's face stiffened, and he laughed with embarrassment. There should be a small gap between me and you, big brother. Yan Yi said. But do you realize that many others in the outside world can kill me? When he spoke up to this point, he patted Xiong Beitian and said, Remember that the Bear Clan's strength has nothing much to do with you. Because their strength isn't your strength. Just think about it. What would you do if a saint wanted to kill you once you left Earth and City? Would you tell him that you're the future leader of the Bear Clan? Xiong Beitian had never thought about it, so he didn't know what to say. Yan Yi suddenly asked, Why is your name Xiong Beitian? I gave it to myself. Xiong Beitian struck his chest and spoke heroically. I want to become a bear who can even defeat the heavens, and that's why I named myself Xiong Beitian. You have quite the aspirations. Yan Yi nodded and said, Since you've addressed me as your big brother, then I'll speak a little more. Remember that you must make the Bear Clan proud because it has you, and not feel proud because you'll lead the Bear Clan in the future. Understand? As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi turned around and walked off towards the distance. Xiong Beitian was stunned on the spot, and a long time passed before he suddenly turned to look at the woman. Big sister, would they still respect me if I wasn't the future leader of the Bear Clan? He glanced at the other bears in the distance while he spoke. At this moment, all of them hurriedly lowered their heads respectfully when they saw him look towards them. The woman remained silent for a long time before she said, Beitian, it isn't that father and I refused to let you leave and experience the world. The reason we didn't let you leave was because you are too weak. You really might not be able to return here if you leave and aren't protected by third uncle and the others. She patted him lightly on the head when she spoke up to this point, and there was a rare gentle expression in her eyes. You can head into the outside world, but you can only go anywhere you want once you're able to defeat me. Xiong Beitian glanced at the other bears in the surroundings and said, I understand now. They wouldn't respect me at all if it weren't for you and father. If you want to take control of the Bear Clan in the future, then you must work hard on your cultivation. The woman spoke in a low voice. Otherwise, father would never let you take control of our clan. Because that would only bring harm to you. Xiong Baiqian remained silent for a long time before he nodded and said, "Big sister, I understand now." The woman nodded slightly, and then she lightly patted Xiong Baiqian's head. "Come, let's go see why he's here." The royal palace of the Bear clan. Yang Yi had just entered the grand hall in the palace which belonged to the Bear King when he sensed numerous terrifying auras. All of these auras weren't being directed at him, but they made him feel suffocated. He raised his head and looked over, and he saw 5 old men standing on each side of the hall, and a middle-aged man in a yellow robe was seated on the seat of the host. 11 saints! Yang Yes was astonished as had never expected the Bear clan to actually possess 11 saints. The middle-aged man in yellow robes suddenly spoke. "I know why you're here, but we reached a unanimous decision just a little while ago. We've decided against interfering in the conflict between Ocean of Clouds Academy and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range." Chapter 991. Yan Yes' heart sank when he heard this. He pondered deeply for a moment before he took out that bear tooth. He was just about to use it to ask for a favor, but he was shocked to notice that they shot hostile gazes at him when they saw the tooth. It was even to the extent that some of them revealed a cold gaze that carried killing intent. Yang Yi glanced at the tooth, and then he connected it to the woman's reaction just now. No matter how stupid one was, it was obvious that someone was off. "That old geezer definitely tricked me." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Even though he didn't know why those saints acted like that, he knew very well that the tooth definitely didn't represent a debt like Shang Yunxi had said. Because if the Bear clan did owe Shang Yunxi a favor, then they would definitely not act like that. The yellow-robed man suddenly asked, "Shang Yunxi didn't tell you how he got that tooth?" Yang Yi nodded. "He said that the previous king of the Bear clan owed him a favor and gave it to him so that he could seek help from the Bear clan when he needed it." "A favor?" An old man with a horrifying scar on his face suddenly spoke coldly. "Shang Yunxi is getting more and more thick-skinned. All humans are like that." Another old man by the previous old man's side spoke coldly, and even intentionally shot a glance at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. "That tooth can actually be considered as a humiliation of our Bear clan." Meanwhile, the yellow-robed man said, "My father met Shang Yunxi when he left to explore the world all those years ago, and they fought because of some reason." When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at the tooth in Yang Yes' grasp and said, "My father lost, and Shang Yunxi took that tooth from him. At that time, Shang Yunxi could have killed my father, but he didn't. I think that is the favor he's talking about." The corners of Yang Yes' mouth twitched when he heard this. Now he understood why they were so hostile at the sight of the tooth. At this moment, he really wanted to rush back to the city and beat Shang Yunxi up for tricking him like this. Meanwhile, the yellow-robed man continued, "Of course, there's far more to their relationship. Let me put it like this. If it was anything minor, then my Bear clan would lend you a hand. However, to be honest, my Bear clan will absolutely not interfere in the predicament that Ocean of Clouds Academy is facing right now. So you may leave." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time before he said, "While it's quite rude, I'd still like to ask why." The yellow-robed man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "I'll say a little more out of consideration for what you told Baiqian earlier. Yang Yi, your natural talent is extremely formidable, and it isn't bad even in the Central Divine Prefecture. But if you are to continue staying at Ocean of Clouds City and participating in the matters of the Academy, then you'll die." Yang Yi asked, "The one who made the demon beasts attack the Academy is from the Central Divine Prefecture, right?" "Yes." The yellow-robed man said, "I can tell you frankly that they'd contacted my Bear clan, and they wanted my Bear clan to help as well. However, I didn't agree. They didn't force me to help, but they asked that my Bear clan doesn't interfere in the matters of the Academy. To be honest, Ocean of Clouds Academy will vanish from Pine Prefecture this time." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I understand now." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked towards the exit. He suddenly stopped when he arrived before the door, and then he turned around to look at the yellow-robed man. "I have an opinion, and I wonder if Senior would want to listen to it. The yellow-robed man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Go on." "I'm quite curious as well," Yang Yi said. "Senior, do you think that Ocean of Clouds Academy is their only target?" The yellow-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Yi answered, "I think that the person who's pulling the strings will definitely not stop at just destroying Ocean of Clouds Academy. I don't have any proof, and it's just a feeling of mine. What if I'm right? Then once Ocean of Clouds Academy is gone, it'll be the Ancient Sword School and Tao Order's turns. Once even they are crushed, then who would be next? Of course, your Bear clan would definitely be safe if you're willing to bow before the Welkin Wolf clan." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer and left the hall. There was a long moment of silence in the hall once Yang Yi left, and then an old man finally spoke. "What he said does make sense. How could I not be aware of that?" The yellow-robed man spoke solemnly. "It isn't just the Welkin Wolf clan, Python clan, and Steep Ape clan, even Sky Divine Hall have joined the conflict. There would definitely be no need for such forces if the goal was just to destroy Ocean of Clouds Academy. That existence is definitely planning to take control of the entire South. No, it should be the entire prefecture." The old man with a scar on his face spoke in a low voice. "Just as that kid said, once the Ancient Sword School, Tao Order, and Ocean of Clouds Academy are dealt with, they'll probably act against our Bear clan next." What if the other saints said, "Then should we interfere now?" But what if the Academy is their only target? Another black-robed old man spoke solemnly. "If it's like that, then our interference would be equivalent to going against the Welkin Wolf clan, the Python clan, the Steel Ape clan, and Sky Divine Hall. Moreover, we would even offend that existence from the Central Divine Prefecture. Our Bear clan will be in danger if that happens." The yellow-robed man nodded and said, "Our task at hand isn't to fall into the vortex between Ocean of Clouds Academy and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. Our task at hand is to preserve our strength to deal with anything that comes our way. Well, wait and watch the situation unfold. If they really hold ill intent towards our Bear clan, then humph. Our Bear clan isn't weak at all." The old man with a scar on his face grunted coldly. The other saints nodded. After he left the hall, Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. There was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. Actually, he hadn't held much hope when he came here. After all, there could be said to be no relationship between the Academy and the Bear clan, so how could they possibly allow themselves to be sucked into such a vortex for the sake of the Academy? After all, it was a war between numerous platinum-rank powers, and even saints would perish in such battles. What should the Academy do now that the Bear clan has refused to help? Would I have no choice but to take Yu Wushuang and the others away from the Academy with me, and then go into hiding? If I do that, then what about in Nanjing and Muhanshan? Yan Yi's gaze gradually turned icy cold when he thought up to this point. Actually, he had no choice. Because in Nanjing and Muhanshan were in Sky Divine Hall, and Sky Divine Hall wouldn't spare Yu Wushuang as well. There was irreconcilable enmity between him and Sky Divine Hall. Instead of relying on others, I should just rely on myself. Yang Yi took a deep breath while a cold glow flickered in his eyes. "Big brother, are you going to leave?" Meanwhile, Xiong Beitian and his older sister suddenly walked over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded. "I am. Can you take me with you?" Xiong Beitian suddenly said. "Don't worry, I will definitely not be a burden to you," Yang Yi replied. "You'll definitely die if you go with me. You don't have to head out and gain tempering in order to become strong. So long as you have the heart, then you can gain strength anywhere. All right, I'm in a hurry. Farewell." Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Xiong Beitian suddenly asked, "Big sister, you keep speaking about how strong Lu Qianxiao is, but who do you think is stronger between Big Brother and Lu Qianxiao?" The woman didn't hesitate at all. "Lu Qianxiao. Why?" Xiong Beitian was puzzled. You should have realized that Big Brother hadn't used his full strength at all. He definitely possesses some shocking trump cards. She pondered deeply for a long time before she said, Lu Qianxiao has gained some fortuitous encounters and obtained an ancient inheritance. In short, he can be considered to be a formidable figure even in the central divine prefecture. Xiong Beitian stated. But I think Big Brother will definitely not lose to that fellow, Lu Qianxiao. Why? She glanced at him and said, You've only known him for a few hours. But not only do you call him Big Brother, you even admire him so much. I'm really quite curious. Xiong Beitian fell silent for a long time, and then he said, I don't know. I just feel that he's very dangerous, extremely dangerous. He's extremely dangerous indeed. Suddenly, the yellow-robed man appeared by their side. Father! Both of them bowed respectfully to the man. The yellow-robed man said, How could someone who comprehended quasi-void rank slaughter intent not be dangerous? But if it's possible, then you can make friends with him, Beitian. Why? The woman was puzzled. He's a ruthless person that acts according to his own whims. Moreover, he always goes to extremes and without any consideration for the consequences of his actions. Beitian will definitely become another man and if he goes with that fellow. Do you know how the strong come to be strong? The yellow-robed man suddenly gazed at the woman, and he continued before she could answer him. The strong rise by standing on the bones of their enemies. The woman was speechless. After he left Earth and Mountain Range, Yang Yi didn't choose to return to Ocean of Clouds Academy, and he rushed to the Ancient Sword School instead. The Bear Clan's refusal had allowed Yang Yi to realize that he should only rely on himself for everything. He was heading back with a single objective, and it was to get a few swords. While the Herculean sword wasn't bad, it wasn't at the divine rank, and it couldn't be utilized to execute death by a thought because it was too huge. As for intense swords, they weren't able to truly bring forth the might of death by a thought, because they weren't true swords in the end. According to rumor, the Ancient Sword School had a sword which even Sky Divine Hall feared. Yes, that sword was his target. Since he couldn't get the Bear Clan to help, he had to deal with those saints on his own, and how could he do that without a peerless sword? Slaughtering saints! That was Yang Ye's final objective right now. Before he tried to slaughter saints, he had to arm himself to the teeth. But the treasures possessed by the Academy weren't really useful to him, and only the Ancient Sword School possessed treasures that were suitable for him. So, Head decided to take a risk and return to the Ancient Sword School. Suddenly Yang Ye's expression changed, and he forcefully stopped himself in midair. A black-robed man had appeared 30 m ahead, and the black-robed man was completely covered within the robe to the point his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. A saint! Yang Ye's heart shook. The black-robed man suddenly spoke. You're that fellow, Yan Yi, who repeatedly spoiled my plans? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then an intense sword appeared in his grasp. After that, he transformed into a ray of light which vanished on the spot. Death by a thought! He who strikes first prevails, he who strikes late fails. However, that attack which could kill a saint was clamped between two fingers. Did you think him one of those trash saints from Pine Prefecture? As soon as the black-robed saint spoke, an explosion resounded as the intense sword in Yang Ye's grasp shattered into pieces, and then his hand clamped down on Yang Ye's throat. Chapter 992. Bang! Suddenly, void rank sword intent exploded forth from within Yang Yi and instantly blasted the black-robed man away. After he used his void rank sword intent to blast the black-robed man away, Yang Yi flipped his palm and condensed an intense sword in his grasp. Next, he transformed into a ray of light that stabbed against the black-robed man's chest. However, his sword wasn't able to stab through because a black vortex had started to revolve before the black-robed man's chest, and it obstructed Yang Ye's sword. Void rank sword intent! How rare! After he spoke those words, the black vortex of energy revolved and blasted Yang Yi flying. However, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was behind the black-robed man when he appeared once more. A cold ray of light flashed as a dagger stabbed towards the black-robed man's nape. At the exact same instant that Yan Yi had appeared behind the black-robed man, the black-robed man had started to turn around, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind the black-robed man, and then another dagger stabbed towards his nape. Meanwhile, Yan Yi's dagger was moving towards the black-robed man's throat. The black shadow was Yu Wuying, of course. The black-robed man's figure stiffened slightly. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yan Yi to have help, and it was actually such a mysterious attack. He was about to retaliate when two invisible waves of force suddenly pressed down upon him, causing him to be slowed down momentarily. It was exactly that instant which allowed two daggers to collide against his throat and nape. However, Yan Yi's expression changed drastically because the black-robed man before him was actually just an afterimage. "Shit!" shouted Yan Yi in his heart when he realized it. At the same time, he suddenly sensed a huge force coming from behind him. Fortunately, he immediately activated the dimensional cube at the critical moment, so it helped him obstruct most of the force. Even then, he was still blasted around 3 kilometers away and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Yan Yi wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and he gazed at the dimensional cube which had enveloped him. His pupils constricted slightly at the sight of it because countless cracks had actually appeared on it right now. Void rank sword intent, quasi-void rank slaughter intent, the laws of speed, and the laws of darkness, the black-robed man said. "No wonder you were able to spoil our plans so many times. Needless to say, you've surprised me quite a bit. However, that's all there is to it. It's time to put an end to it." As soon as he finished speaking, countless strands of black energy suddenly erupted from within him, and they instantly blotted out the sky and enveloped everything within an area of almost 5,000 kilometers. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! A huge explosion suddenly resounded from within the black energy, and then they started to explode violently. In next to no time, all the black energy had exploded into pieces, and the world trembled before the explosions. A long time passed before all the black energy dispersed, but only a single person was left here, and it was Yan Yi. The black-robed man was gone. Yan Yi raised his head and looked up into the sky. There was a black dot over 5,000 kilometers away, and there was a wisp of ridicule on the corners of Yan Yi's mouth as he said, "I've never seen someone so foolish. He knew I decomprehended the laws of darkness, yet he still utilized darkness to attack me." That attack earlier was extremely formidable, and it was a low-grade divine rank technique at least. Would a low-grade divine rank technique executed by a saint be weak? Unfortunately, had executed a technique which was formed from dark attribute energy. So, Yan Yi, who had comprehended the laws of darkness, wasn't just immune to such energy, he could even control all of it. He's directly taken control of the dark attribute energy just now, and had made them explode. That hadn't just heavily injured the black-robed saint, it even caused the black-robed saint to suffer backlash. Yan Yi had intended to seize the opportunity to follow up with another attack, but the black-robed saint had fled immediately. However, Yan Yi didn't look down on the black-robed saint at all. If that fellow hadn't utilized the technique which was formed from dark attribute energy just now, then even if Yan Yi had been able to resist it, the dimensional cube would have been destroyed. After all, the black-robed saint's previous attack had been able to damage the dimension cube, and that was sufficient to prove how terrifying his strength was. Yan Yi had a solemn expression on his face as well, because the arrival of the black-robed saint proved that he was now in the sights of the one who was pulling the strings in Welkin Wolf Mountain Range's attack on Ocean of Clouds Academy, and they'd even acted against him. So, he had to be even more careful and cautious. Yan Yi stayed on the spot for a while, and then he started rushing off in the direction of the sword school. This time, he didn't fly in the sky and traveled on the ground. Even if he could conceal his aura with the sword domain, he was a huge moving target while he traveled in midair, and it was extremely easy for him to be discovered. Conversely, there were all sorts of things to conceal himself on the ground, so even saints wouldn't be able to detect him. For the sake of saving time, Yan Yi utilized the laws of speed all along the way. That naturally exhausted a huge amount of profound energy, but he had Snowy with him, so he didn't have to worry about that at all. Profound energy surged madly and incessantly into him all along the way, and it allowed his profound energy to never show signs of drying up. Just like that, a journey which would have required a few days of travel had been completed in less than a day. Yang Yi didn't enter the ancient sword peak right away once he arrived outside it, and he hid himself instead. Because the sword school had activated its grand formation, and countless swords were revolving swiftly in the sky around it. At this moment, the entire mountain was enveloped by the glow of swords. Moreover, Yang Yi sensed at least 6 formidable and obscure auras in the sky above ancient sword peak. Obviously, they were the saints of the Python clan which had come here to stop the saints of the ancient sword school from leaving. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time as he gazed at the mountain which was enveloped in the glow of swords, and then his figure flashed and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards it. Yang Yi had expected to be attacked by the saints of the Python clan, but he wasn't. Had only just arrived before the barrier of light when Taoist Gu appeared in front of him. Yang Yi was about to speak when Taoist Gu waved his right hand instead, and then a ray of light enveloped Yang Yi before both of them vanished on the spot. The Sword Hall. Jian Wuchen was seated at the seat of the host, and 6 other old men were by his side. Taoist Gu was amongst them. 7 saints. Jian Wuchen gazed at Yang Yi and spoke abruptly. Was Weiner's Dantian really destroyed? Yang Yi nodded. Jian Wuchen's eyes narrowed slightly while a cold glow flickered within them. If I'm not wrong, then Zhu Yuan from the Tao Order should have been in the city. In other words, he just stood by idly, right? Yang Yi nodded again. It was because of me. Jian Wuchen shook his head. He would do the same even if it wasn't for you. The enmity between our sword school and the Tao Order is too ancient and too deep. It's practically impossible to reconcile. We've only joined forces this time because of Sky Divine Hall. No matter how we fight in the south, we won't fight to the death. But since the Sky Divine Hall has come, then it definitely intends to encroach on our interests. So, we chose to join forces for now. The situation is very serious. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Ocean of Cloud City is in imminent danger. Jian Wuchen nodded. I understand, but our sword school is powerless to help right now. Yang Yi replied. Senior, you should be aware that once Ocean of Cloud City is destroyed, then we'll be the next on the list. At that time, we wouldn't be able to stop them, right? Don't worry. Meanwhile, a green-robed old man by Jian Wuchen's side said. They would dare to destroy Ocean of Cloud's academy, but they wouldn't dare to destroy our sword school. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Because our founding ancestor is still alive. Taoist Gu continued. While the founding ancestor can't descend to this world, no power throughout the prefecture would dare to destroy our sword school while she's still alive. Of course, the founding ancestor would have to pay a price to descend to this world. Yang Yi fell silent for quite some time before he glanced at them. Forgive me for being honest, but do all of you really intend to entrust the survival of our sword school on the founding ancestor? What if they have a way to deal with her? What would we do then? Their expressions changed slightly upon hearing him, and they felt that it did make sense when they thought about it carefully. Quite a long moment of silence ensued before Jian Wuchen spoke solemnly. I understand what you're trying to say, but to be honest, our sword school is powerless to do anything right now. All of us are being prevented from leaving, and practically all the elites of our sword school have headed to Ocean of Cloud City. We don't have any more experts to provide. Yang Yi pointed at himself and said, You have me. All of them were stunned by this. Yang Yi said, To be honest, I want to give it a try. Why? Jian Wuchen was puzzled. Don't tell me that you have strong attachments to Ocean of Cloud's academy. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't tell them that he wanted to act against Sky Divine Hall. Yang Yi replied, It hasn't come to a point where we should despair yet. So, I think that we should be able to try and fight. If we're able to save Ocean of Cloud's academy, then wouldn't it be a really good thing for us? So long as Ocean of Cloud's academy remains, we won't have to enter into direct conflict with the Welkin Wolf clan, Python clan, Steelate clan, and Sky Divine Hall. That's why we've chosen to support the Academy. Jian Wuchen gazed at Yang Yi and said, So, what you said does make a lot of sense. The survival of Ocean of Clouds Academy is a very good thing for us indeed. However, can you turn the situation around? I want to give it a try. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. But I need the sect's help. The green-robed old man by Jian Wuchen's side said, Helping you isn't a big deal. But I refuse to believe that you can turn the situation around. Yang Yi took a step forward, and then Void Rank Sword Intent surged out and instantly suffused the hall. Void Rank Sword Intent. The expression on the face of every single saint here changed drastically upon witnessing this scene, and disbelief filled their eyes. Yang Yi said, Seniors, you should be able to trust me now, right? Jian Wuchen stared at Yang Yi and spoke with a slightly trembling voice. When did you comprehend it? Not too long ago. Yang Yi said, Seniors, Ocean of Clouds City doesn't have much time left. I have some other trump cards besides Void Rank Sword Intent, and that's why I dared to speak such words. However, it still isn't quite sufficient. So I rushed back here to seek help from the sect. Jian Wuchen asked, You have other trump cards? Yang Yi nodded. Of course. They exchanged glances, and some time passed before Jian Wuchen asked solemnly, What sort of help do you need? I need equipment. Yang Yi looked Jian Wuchen in the eyes. I need the best equipment that our sword school has. The corners of their mouths twitched when they heard him. A long moment of silence ensued before an old man suddenly said, Yang Yi, you're the future hope of our sword school, so it isn't a problem to give you some equipment. However, you want the best, and that's going to be facing saints this time. Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes. If I don't have good equipment, then all of you might have to bury me one day. But the old man was slightly hesitant. Because not to mention him, even the others would be quite reluctant to give away the best treasures that the sect possessed. Yang Yi suddenly said, Why don't we do this? Just treat it as lending them to me, and I'll return them once I've finished using them. All right? Lending them to you? They were quite stunned, and then one of the old men said, It wouldn't be a problem if we're just lending them to you. After all, you're one of us as well. Moreover, you're the future of our sword school. Meanwhile, the green-robed old man glanced at Yang Yi and spoke doubtfully. But you won't refuse to return them, right? Yang Yi spoke in a displeased tone when he heard this. Senior, what are you saying? Am I someone like that? Am I? Senior, to be honest, you can insult me, but you shouldn't try to insult my character. Chapter 993. Yang Yi's face and neck were red as he glared angrily at the old man, and he seemed like he was about to charge forward and challenge the old man to battle. The face of that old man who doubted Yang Yi couldn't help but twitch. Why are you getting so agitated, kid? I didn't say that you were such a person. Yang Yi spoke firmly in an indisputable tone. I really am not like that. All right. All right. We know you aren't. Meanwhile, Jian Wuchen said, Don't blame Elder Hu for that. He's in charge of the sword school's treasury, so those treasures are even more important than his life to him. Actually, one had to have rendered great merit and contributions to the sword school to obtain any one of those treasures. But the current situation is different, so we can lend them to you for now. Yang Yi hurriedly said, I'll definitely give up my life for the sect. All of them nodded with satisfaction when they saw Yang Yi's attitude towards the matter. Even Elder Hu, who doubted Yang Yi earlier, nodded slightly. Presently, Lu Weiner's Dantian had been destroyed, so Yang Yi was the future hope of the ancient sword school. So, when they saw Yang Yi act so loyally towards the sword school, their impression of Yang Yi had risen greatly. Only Taoist Gu puckered his lips. He knew Yang Yi much better than the others, and he knew that while Yang Yi really did keep his word on most occasions, there were many occasions when Yang Yi was an absolutely shameless fellow. Of course, he would absolutely not bring it to the attention of the others. He was Yan Ye's master. If he didn't protect Yan Yi, then who would? It didn't take long for Yan Yi to arrive at a pavilion called the Sword Treasure Pavilion, while under the lead of Elder Hu and Taoist Gu. The pavilion had 4 levels, and they went directly to the 4th. There were 5 pillars of light respectively at the center and 4 corners of the level, and there was something moving within these pillars of light. Yan Yi was visibly moved because everything on this floor was at the divine rank at least. Elder Hu hesitated for a moment before he said, "Kid, all of these treasures have been accumulated over the years by our sect. Be careful and don't spoil them." The corners of Yan Ye's eyes twitched. This old geezer really isn't willing to let them leave his sight. "Brother Hu, stop being so hesitant. Quickly take them out. Ocean of Clouds Academy doesn't have much time left." Taoist Gu was slightly displeased. Elder Hu nodded slightly, and he stopped hesitating. He waved his right hand, and a pillar of light in the distance vanished before a black armor appeared in front of them. The armor was quite special because it was actually formed from fine swords. The swords were extremely tiny like needles, and the armor was weaved from at least 10,000 sword needles. It's called the sword armor, and it's refined from high-grade saint-rank dark brilliant stones. Besides that, it was fused with divine rank endless dew and mysterious mithril gathered from outer space. So, it's at the low grade of the divine rank. It possesses both offensive and defensive abilities. Elder Hu flicked his finger while he spoke, and the armor instantly entered Yan Ye's body. "Inspect it yourself." Yan Yi closed his eyes slightly, and it didn't take long for him to open them once more. In an instant, countless swords that were fine like needles had surged out from within him, and they instantly formed a black armor that completely enveloped him. There wasn't a single gap between them. The armor had completely enveloped him to the point even his eyes were covered by an invisible and soft membrane. Moreover, the membranes were actually at the divine rank as well. It could be said that one could only use force to penetrate the sword armor. Besides that, there was no other way. Yan Yi moved a little, and numerous sword howls instantly resounded here. What a powerful armor! A wisp of excitement flashed through Yan Ye's eyes. The armor didn't feel uncomfortable at all while he wore it, and it simply felt like it was one with him. Meanwhile, Elder Hu said, "It wouldn't be a big deal if that was its only ability. The reason it's called the sword armor is because it's only suitable for sword cultivators. Try pouring your sword intent into it." Yan Yi quickly poured his void rank sword intent into the armor. In an instant, the entire armor actually seemed like it had come to life, and numerous sword howls resounded incessantly from Yan Yi. At the same time, every single sword needle on Yan Ye's armor started to glow. The rays of light shot half a centimeter forward before they started to link together, and they formed a barrier of light which enveloped Yan Yi. The barrier of light seemed to be quite thin from the outside, but that wasn't the case at all. The barrier of light was formed from at least 10,000 rays of light, and there were actually over 10,000 layers of light there which had just been condensed together. Elder Hu and Taoist Gu exchanged glances when they witnessed this scene, and they noticed shock in each other's eyes. A short while passed before a complicated expression flashed through Elder Hu's eyes. "Kid, I finally realized that maybe you are the only one who can truly bring forth the might of this armor. Even a saint would find that barrier of light impossible to break through with ease, and even if that barrier of light was destroyed, you still have the armor to protect you. You can be said to be more like a turtle than a turtle itself." Taoist Gu grinned. This armor would be around the low grade of the divine rank if utilized by an ordinary sword cultivator, but because of your void rank sword intent, it's absolutely not inferior to a mid-grade divine rank treasure. Yan Yi nodded with agreement. Once his void rank sword intent surged into the sword armor, it was akin to breathing life into the armor, and the armor's strength was countless times stronger than before. The sword armor's defensive capabilities could be said to have completely surpassed the dimensional cube. Elder Hu said, "It can be used offensively as well. Give it a try." Yan Yi nodded and issued a command in his heart. "Wham!" A sword howl resounded as the sword armor suddenly started splitting apart, and it transformed into thousands of rays of light which shot into the air. Bang! The roof of the pavilion exploded apart, and those rays of light shot up towards the sky and seemed to intend to tear even the sky apart. Meanwhile, Elder Hu suddenly cried out involuntarily, "Stop right now!" Yang Yi was slightly stunned. When he raised his head and looked carefully, he noticed that the sword formation which was protecting the mountain seemed to have warped from the impact, and it seemed like the formation would shatter at any moment. Yang Yi was shocked, and he hurriedly issued a command in his heart. In an instant, the rays of light descended from the sky, and then they surged into Yang Yi and formed the sword armor once more. Elder Hu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It was impossible for it to be so strong before this, but its strength has risen to its limits because of the void rank sword intent you possess. Even we wouldn't dare to act carelessly when facing that armor while it's in your hands. Because just your void rank sword intent is sufficient to injure us, and coupled with those sword needles, we might be heavily injured or even lose our lives if we're even slightly careless." A glow of excitement flickered in Yang Yi's eyes. Needless to say, it was extremely powerful and useful. "Of course, I'm not saying that you'll definitely be able to kill a saint with that armor in your possession." Meanwhile, Elder Hu spoke seriously. "The strength and abilities of saints aren't as simple as you think. Especially the saints of the older generation. They possess all sorts of unbelievable abilities. Not to mention you, even the heavens fear them. So, you must be careful if you encounter a saint in the future, and you can't be careless at all." "Brother Hu is right," Taoist Gu said. "Kid, I know that you're very confident in your ability, but you absolutely can't be careless if you encounter a saint. Besides that, there's a gap in strength between saints. Some senior saints are even able to fight numerous saints on their own. So, be careful so that I don't have to bury you one day." Yang Yi glanced at them, and his heart felt warm. He immediately nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not that foolish." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi gazed at the other 4 pillars of light, and his intentions were obvious. The corners of Elder Hu's mouth twitched slightly, and a long time passed before he took a light breath. "Fine, they are just being lent to you in the end." Elder Hu waved his right hand, and one of the pillars of light shattered. A ray of green light flew out from within it and floated before them. The green light dispersed, and a sword appeared in front of them. The sword was around a meter long, 2 fingers wide, and jade green. It was extremely fine, and it emanated a faint green glow. Besides that, there was nothing special about it. It's called Jade Drop, and it's a low-grade divine rank sword refined from mysterious materials and energy. The wielder of the sword can utilize the sword to wield the energy of the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Hu turned around and waved his right hand. One of the other pillars of light shattered, and then another sword appeared in front of them. The sword was similar in length to Jade Drop, and the only difference was its color. It was dark yellow in color. Elder Hu continued, "It's called Yellow Springs, and it's a low-grade divine rank sword that was similarly refined from mysterious materials and energy. It's a pair with Jade Drop. The wielder of this sword can wield the energy of the earth. If both swords are used together, it's equivalent to utilizing the energy of the heavens and the earth. Let me explain it like this. If you execute a Dao rank technique and enhance it with the energy of the heavens and the earth, then the Dao rank technique would be comparable to a divine rank technique." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "What if I execute a low-grade divine rank technique and enhance it with the energy of the heavens and the earth?" Elder Hu replied, "I don't know." "Huh!" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and he spoke with astonishment. "Why don't you? Has no one ever used it?" Elder Hu nodded. "Indeed. Because they have harsh requirements towards the wielder's level of sword intent. Only quasi-void rank sword intent is barely able to control them. While the sword master possesses quasi-void rank sword intent, he has his own sword. So, he wasn't interested in them. You'll get to benefit from that for now. I won't bring shame to them." Yang Yi stretched out his hand and gestured at them once he finished speaking. Both swords instantly entered into his grasps. But it didn't take long for them to start trembling violently, and they seemed as if they intended to struggle free from his grasp. However, they immediately calmed down when Yang Yi's void rank sword intent surged into them. Yang Yi held Jade Drop in his left hand and Yellow Springs in his right hand. Yang Yi was extremely excited because both of them were divine rank treasures, and they were swords. With these two swords in his possession, and coupled with the sword armor and dimensional cube, it was equivalent to possessing 4 divine rank treasures. Of course, it was still slightly insufficient for him to slaughter a saint in head-on battle. So, Yang Yi looked towards the 2 remaining pillars of light. This time, he intended to arm himself to the teeth. Elder Hu didn't hesitate to wave his right hand, and one of those pillars of light shattered before an object appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes instantly opened wide when he saw it. What is that? It's at the mid-grade of the divine rank. It's capable of blotting out the sun, tearing the sky apart. Right, that won't do. It can't be lent to you. It's too precious. Elder Hu's voice resounded once more. Chapter 994. Yang Yi's face darkened when he heard Elder Hu. Elder Hu, may I ask if it is more important or is my life more important? Elder Hu laughed bitterly when he heard this. Kid, we old fellows will either leave this world or experience the end of our lifespan. If we're gone and the Sword School has no others who can attain the Saint Realm, then the Sword School will definitely suffer a decline or even be destroyed. You are the future hope of our Sword School, so who do you think is most important? Yang Yi nodded and spoke seriously. Senior, you should be aware that I might be facing saints once I return to Ocean of Clouds City. Even though I have void rank sword intent, just that isn't sufficient to truly face saints at all. So, that was why I rushed back to the sect to seek help. I understand. Forgive me for being rude. Yang Yi interrupted Elder Hu and said, Senior, you might not realize that these treasures aren't just treasures to me. They might be things that will save my life. Moreover, I'm returning to Ocean of Cloud City for the Sword School, and I can be said to even be disregarding my life for the sect. Yet now, Elder Hu isn't willing to lend me a mere treasure. That truly disappoints me. Yang Yi had a sorrowful and angry expression on his face as he finished speaking. All right. Don't look at me like that. Elder Hu shrugged. You act like I'm causing your death. Kid, let me remind you that we're only lending it to you. We're just lending them to you, and you have to return them. Yang Yi spoke with displeasure. Do I look like someone who doesn't return what he borrows? You didn't seem like that before this, but you do seem a little like that now. Elder Mu muttered in his heart but didn't voice it out. He was truly quite afraid of Yang Yi. Elder Hu shook his head and gazed at the thing floating before them. It was a pair of wings that were formed from countless black finger-sized swords. These small swords were unlike the swords which formed the sword armor. They were very fine, even finer than the wings of a cicada, and they were practically translucent. The entire pair of wings was smooth like a mirror, and it flickered with a ghastly and bone-piercingly cold glow. A wisp of reluctance and complicated emotions flashed through Elder Hu's eyes as he gazed at the wings, and he said, These wings are called the Dark Sword Wings. All the swords which formed the wings were forged from mysterious divine rank aerite rocks. These rocks have a special characteristic, and it's that they are very light to the point they practically have no weight. Besides that, the feathers and bones of the divine beasts Phoenix and Rock were used as well. Simply speaking, it's a treasure that improves its owner's speed. So long as you wear it, even a saint would probably find it difficult to catch up to you. It can surpass the speed of a saint? Yang Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement and joy he experienced in his heart. He waved his right hand, and the wings instantly entered his body. It didn't take long for a soft explosion to resound as a pair of wings appeared on Yang Yi's back, and then his figure started to slowly rise up into the air. Light. Extremely light. That was what Yang Yi felt right now. Once he activated these wings, he had the misconception that his body was completely weightless. Just like this very moment. He hadn't done anything, yet his figure had already floated up into the air. At this moment, he felt light as a feather that would float up from the slightest breeze. Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly and tapped his right foot lightly. Swish! He vanished on the spot, and he was a few hundred meters in the sky when he appeared once more. Moreover, there was a very long and pitch-black spatial rift behind him. It had been torn open because Head moved too swiftly. With just a light movement, he instantly returned to where he was standing just now. However, his countenance had turned pale while a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Elder Hu spoke solemnly. Remember that while activating these wings can greatly increase your speed, it exhausts an extremely terrifying amount of energy. Based on the current volume of profound energy that you possess, you'll be able to utilize it for 2 or 3 times at most. Your profound energy will dry up if you use it more than that. Moreover, not just anyone's physical body is capable of enduring such speed. If your physical body wasn't one that far surpassed those in the same realm of cultivation as you, just those 2 movements would have been enough to tear you apart. Meanwhile, Taoist Gu spoke seriously as well. Kid, divine rank treasures are usually only suitable to be used by saints, and it's very difficult for those beneath the saint realm to utilize divine rank treasures. Regardless of whether it's the dark sword wings, the sword armor, or those 2 swords, you'd have to exhaust a huge amount of profound energy to utilize them. If you overuse your profound energy, then the slightest mistake would be like trapping yourself in a trap of your own making. Especially the dark sword wings. It's at the mid-grade of the divine rank, and its consumption of profound energy far surpasses ordinary divine rank treasures. So, try your best not to utilize it unless you have no other choice. Kid, to be frank, the dark sword wings are there for you to flee. Understand? Huff. Yang Yi shook his slightly dizzy head, and then nodded lightly while a trace of seriousness could be seen in his eyes. The dark sword wings were so terrifying that they slightly surpassed his imagination. It could be said that even saints wouldn't be able to catch up to him if he activated the dark sword wings. However, its consumption of profound energy was truly too terrifying. Moreover, it was truly too swift. Because even his body was almost unable to endure its speed. His physical body was at an extremely terrifying level, and it could even forcefully endure an attack from a saint, but it wasn't able to fully endure the speed of the dark sword wings. Needless to say, Head underestimated how terrifying the dark sword wings was. The gap between mid-grade and low-grade divine rank treasures was extremely huge. Elder Hu said, Actually, it'll greatly improve your speed even if you don't activate it. If the laws of speed you've comprehended are utilized at the same time, then your speed wouldn't be inferior to a saint at all. Yang Yi nodded. Just as Elder Hu had said, the dark sword wings itself were capable of improving his speed. His current speed wasn't inferior to a saint, and if he were to activate the dark sword wings, then even a saint's speed would be inferior to his own. Right, it has 2 other abilities. Elder Hu continued. One of them is that it's capable of expanding at least 1,000 times its original size. I wasn't joking when I said that it could blot out the sun. You can test that ability in the future. As for now, you can test its other ability, and that is its ability to take another form. Try it out yourself. Yang Yi was slightly stunned by this revelation, and then he closed his eyes. The dark sword wings behind him slowly started to wriggle, and it didn't take long for the wings to actually transform into a black cape. Yang Yi was quite surprised as had never expected that the dark sword wings could transform into a cape, and he immediately asked, Does this form have other abilities? You might find unexpected uses for it in close-quartered combat. Elder Hu grinned. You can slowly discover how to utilize that ability later. Kid, do you know that our sword school has practically given you all its treasures? If you still die under such circumstances, then I can only say that you deserved it. There's one more treasure. Yang Yi suddenly pointed at the last pillar of light here. No! No! Both Elder Hu and Taoist Gus' expressions changed when they heard him, and they spoke simultaneously. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he heard this because he hadn't expected both of them to actually object so strongly. Could it be a legendary treasure that's above the divine rank? Yang Yi's eyes lit up when he thought up to this point, but it didn't take long for him to return to normal and put on a pitiable expression. Alas, it's so sad that a half-saint like me has to face saints. It really hurts. It won't work no matter what you say. Elder Hu interrupted Yang Yi and said, If we give that to you, then we wouldn't be helping you but harming you instead. Taoist Gu voiced his opinion as well. Kid, you absolutely can't be allowed to have that. Just forget it. Yang Yi glanced at them, and his expression returned to normal when he noticed the serious expressions on their faces. Is it a high-grade divine rank treasure? Elder Hu spoke solemnly. It surpasses the divine rank. Yan Yi's pupils constricted slightly. It surpasses the divine rank? Then what rank is it? It's at the quasi-emperor rank. Taoist Gu replied. The rank above the divine rank is the emperor rank, and it's the only quasi-emperor rank treasure in our prefecture. It's the ultimate treasure of our sword school as well. The quasi-emperor rank. Yan Yi's brows were pressed slightly together as he asked. It's a sword? Taoist Gu nodded. Would I have to fear a sword? Yang Yi continued. I possess void rank sword intent, so it probably wouldn't reject me. Moreover, even if it does reject me, I still possess void rank sword intent, so why would I have to fear it? Elder Hu shook his head. This sword is different. Not to mention that you're only a half-saint, we still can't let you have it even if you're a saint with void rank sword intent. We aren't being stingy, but we would truly be bringing harm to you by allowing you to have it. Perhaps you think that I'm deceiving you, so you can go ahead and ask your master. Yang Yi gazed at Taoist Gu, and the latter nodded. Brother Hu is right. Kid, that sword is too terrifying. Besides the founding ancestor, no one in the history of our sword school has been able to control it. The founding ancestor had intended to take it with her when she left all those years ago, but she felt that it could deter those who held ill intent towards our sword school. Coupled with the fact that it wanted to find a true master for itself, the founding ancestor left it behind when she left. Yang Yi was visibly moved when he heard this. What did it represent when Taoist Gu said that no one besides the founding ancestor of the sword school had been able to control it? It meant that even saints weren't able to do anything to it. So, how heaven-defying was it? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time before he said, Fine, they'll give up on getting it. However, I want to know its background and name. Taoist Gu and Elder Hu exchanged glances, and they instantly heaved sighs of relief. They didn't mind so long as Yang Yi didn't insist on obtaining it. They didn't want to be too forceful towards Yang Yi, so his actions of sensibly choosing to give up on obtaining the sword was naturally for the best. Elder Hu grinned, and then he gazed at the last pillar of light while a trace of complicated emotions appeared in his eyes. Moreover, there was even a trace of fear there. He said, I don't know about its background. All I know is that it's called Heaven's Gravestone. It's a murderous blade that loves slaughter and thirsts for blood. The founding ancestor once said that anyone from our sword school who possesses an evil and bloodthirsty character could absolutely not be allowed to obtain that sword. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a monstrous calamity. Elder Hu glanced at Yang Yi when he spoke up to this point. Stop frowning, kid. The founding ancestor was talking about people like you. Kid, you always go to extremes and act willfully. If that sword were to fall into your hands, then perhaps even our sword school would be destroyed by your hands. So, you absolutely can't be allowed to have it. Just forget about it. Alright, now that you know its name, it's time for us to leave. Yang Yi's face had darkened, and he had the impulse to beat that old fellow up. Yang Yi followed Elder Hu towards the stairway, but he suddenly stopped when he arrived right in front of it, and then he gazed at the pillar of light and said, Heaven's Gravestone, come with me, all right? As he spoke, Yang Yi released a strand of his quasi-void rank slaughter intent. Chapter 995. Bang! Yang Yi had just finished speaking, when the last pillar of light suddenly exploded apart, and then a dark red ray of light flashed and entered the center of Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi's figure stiffened, and then an explosion resounded as a blood-red pillar of light shot out into the sky from within Yan Yi while the entire pavilion was obliterated. At the same time, a huge hole was blasted open on the sword formation that protected the mountain. In an instant, an area of 5,000 kilometers was dyed blood-red, and it seemed like the end of days had arrived. All the experts of the ancient sword school were shocked, and rays of light shot into the sky and rushed off in Yan Yi's direction. What's going on? Have the saints of the Python clan attacked? Impossible! That pillar of blood came from within our sword school. Could there have been a traitor in our midst? Shit! What a dense bloody aura! It's even capable of corroding the mind. Quickly activate your sword intent to resist it. What exactly is going on? Elder Hu was quite stunned as he witnessed the scene before him. Meanwhile, Jian Wuchen and 4 other old men appeared by Elder Hu's side. Elder Hu gulped and pointed at Yan Yi, who was frozen on the spot. That kid said, "Heaven's gravestone, come with me," and then Heaven's gravestone flew into him. That shouldn't have happened. How could that have happened? Why would it choose that kid? It doesn't make sense. Heaven's gravestone acknowledged him as its master. Jian Wuchen had an extremely solemn expression on his face. It wasn't just Jian Wuchen, the other saints revealed similar expressions. Suddenly, they thought of something, and the solemn expressions on their faces transformed into unsightly ones. That kid's character and disposition is a perfect match for Heaven's gravestone. Alas, a calamity is upon us. Elder Hu, I'm not trying to blame you, but how could you have allowed him to come into contact with Heaven's gravestone? Losing that sword isn't a huge deal, but what if that kid is destroyed by it? Our sword school will definitely suffer a decline in the future if that happens. One of the old men gazed at Elder Hu and spoke with distress. Elder Hu's face twitched, and then he spoke bitterly. I swear, I really never expected him to be able to obtain Heaven's gravestone's acknowledgement. After all, I would have absolutely not brought him here if I knew in advance. At this moment, he truly regretted bringing Yang Yi here. Jian Wuchen shook his head. Perhaps the situation isn't hopeless yet. That kid possesses void rank sword intent. Perhaps he'll be able to suppress the evil aura and intent to kill that Heaven's gravestone carries. One of the saints suddenly said. What if he can't? Jian Wuchen spoke in an icy cold tone while a cold glow flickered in his eyes. He has to. Indeed. Elder Hu spoke solemnly. If the owner can't control the sword, then the owner would be enslaved by it. At that time, he wouldn't be himself anymore. If he can't control it, then we'll have no choice but to put him down. Otherwise, he'll become a calamity for our sword school. All of them nodded to display their agreement. Yan Yi's body was entirely enveloped by the blood-red pillar of light, and his body was trembling incessantly while his void-rank sword intent ceaselessly suppressed the intent to kill an aura of evil. Yan Yi's body slowly started to undergo changes. His body started to change color, and it was turning blood-red. Jian Wuchen and the others' pupils constricted when they witnessed this scene, and they slowly clenched their fists. It didn't take long for Yan Yi's neck, face, and even his eyes to turn blood-red. Bang! Meanwhile, void-rank sword intent suddenly surged out from within Yan Yi and appeared on Yan Yi's left. But it didn't take long for a red ray of light to surge out from within him and appear on his right. Both intents were ceaselessly trying to suppress each other, but his void-rank sword intent was at a complete disadvantage right now. Void-rank slaughter intent. Jian Wuchen and the others were astounded when they saw the red glow, and Elder Hu cried out involuntarily. How could that kid possess void-rank slaughter intent? Even if Heaven's gravestone could improve his slaughter intent, it's impossible for it to instantly bring it to the void rank. He had quasi-void rank slaughter intent. Jian Wuchen took a deep breath and clenched his fists. I really can't imagine how insane he would be if he were to be enslaved by Heaven's gravestone while possessing void rank slaughter intent. One of the saints spoke solemnly. That kid is tenacious, and he possesses the enlightened sword heart. So, he practically has no flaws. Perhaps he'll be able to suppress Heaven's gravestone. As soon as that saint finished speaking, Yan Ye's hair instantly turned red. At the same time, Yan Ye's void rank sword intent was completely suppressed and pushed back into his body. Once his void rank sword intent vanished, a tiny blood-red sword that had no hilt had instantly appeared at the center of Yan Ye's forehead. Jian Wuchen's pupils constricted at the sight of this, and he shouted, "Act now! Suppress him!" Suddenly, Yan Yi opened his eyes, and then two beams of blood-red light shot out from them towards one of the saints in front of him. The old man's expression changed slightly as he flicked his finger, and a strand of sword intent shot forward and collided with those beams of red light. Bang! The sword energy was actually dispersed in an instant, and those beams of red light instantly struck the old man. Hiss! Hiss! Two bloody holes appeared on the old man's body while he took 2 steps back. Meanwhile, Jian Wuchen and the others made their move, and 6 rays of light descended upon Yan Yi for different directions. A cruel and savage smile curled up on the corners of Yan Ye's mouth. He clenched his right hand and a blood-red sword that had no hilt appeared in his grasp. Yan Ye's arm immediately split open once it was condensed, and then threads of blood surged out from Yan Ye's arm and entered the sword, causing it to grow even more solid and shocking. After that, he waved it. A blood-red beam of sword energy shot forward. Bang! The sword energy from Jian Wuchen and the others were instantly blasted apart, and the blood-red sword energy didn't slow down as it shot towards them. Their expressions changed slightly. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yan Yi actually possessed the strength to blast their sword energy apart with ease. Jian Wuchen's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward and waved his right hand. A ray of light shot forward and smashed against the blood-red beam of sword energy. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as they exploded apart, and Jian Wuchen was pushed 2 steps back. The others' expressions changed when they witnessed this scene, and Elder Hu spoke solemnly. "Don't hold back. He possesses Heaven's Gravestone's strength now, and coupled with the 2 void rank intents he possesses, he isn't inferior to an ordinary saint. We can't hold back otherwise." Jian Wuchen suddenly cried out involuntarily, "Watch out!" At the exact same instant that Jian Wuchen spoke, Yan Yi suddenly transformed into a blood-red ray of light that vanished on the spot, and he was behind Elder Hu when he appeared again. As for Elder Hu, his figure had stiffened, and there was a hole on his chest. Elder Hu's figure froze on the spot while shock filled his eyes. A divine rank sword technique. 2 intense. Heaven's Gravestone. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Hu's figure fell backwards to the ground. Fortunately, one of the other saints hurriedly supported his falling figure and tossed a violet crystal in his mouth. Only then were Elder Hu's injuries stabilized. "Kid! You've gone mad!" Jian Wuchen roared furiously when he saw Yan Yi almost kill Elder Hu, and he made a chopping motion in Yan Yi's direction. A beam of sword energy shot forward, and it was so swift that Yan Yi hadn't even been able to react to it. Bang! Yan Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. However, he was completely unharmed because the sword armor had covered his body when Jian Wuchen attacked. The corners of Jian Wuchen and the others' mouths twitched when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, one of the saints spoke abruptly. "What's that kid trying to do?" All of the others looked over and saw that Yan Yi had suddenly pressed the blood-red sword against the center of his forehead, and his eyes were closed. Meanwhile, a strand of monstrous slaughter intent and evil energy swept out from Yan Yi and actually caused the space around him to crack apart. Numerous arm-thick cracks were spreading swiftly, and it only took an instant for them to cover a huge area. The others' eyelids twitched, and an extremely solemn expression appeared in their eyes. Because Elder Hu had almost been instantly killed by that exact same technique. Jian Wuchen's eyes narrowed slightly while he clenched his right hand. "Kid, I'll have no choice but to cripple you if you still don't come back to your senses." However, Yan Yi's aura was still growing stronger and stronger, and the monstrous intent to kill caused all beneath the Saint Realm throughout Ancient Sword Peak to be affected, and they were on the verge of being transformed into machines of slaughter. That was exactly why Jian Wuchen and the others had no choice but to go to extremes. Bang! A pillar of blood shot into the air once more, and it pierced through the sky. Jian Wuchen and the others' faces gradually turned gloomy. Suddenly Yan Ye's void rank sword intent surged out, and his blood-red eyes cleared up slightly. But he was still struggling to maintain it. Roar! Yan Yi suddenly roared with fury, and then his figure vanished on the spot while leaving a long spatial rift through the sky. What of the saints asked. Should we pursue him? Jian Wuchen hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head. We underestimated him. He probably hasn't been fully demonified. His will far surpasses any ordinary person. So perhaps he might be able to resist Heaven's gravestone's corruption. Alas, it all depends on his own fortune. A red ray of light descended to a mountain range over 10,000 kilometers away. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as everything in an area of over 5,000 kilometers was blasted into powder. As for the exact spot where Yan Yi descended, the ground had collapsed by over 3 kilometers, and a deep abyss had appeared there. Yan Yi was on his right knee at the bottom of it, and the blood-red sword in his right hand was still absorbing his blood. The violet mink and Snowy were in front of Yang Yi. The violet mink was looking at him with horror and panic on her face. As for Snowy, she was trembling while she hid behind the violet mink and gazed at Yan Yi with horror in her eyes. Suddenly, Yan Yi raised his head, and then his blood-red sword shot towards the violet mink and Snowy. Chapter 996. The violet mink's eyes opened wide when she saw Yang Ye's sword descend towards her, and she actually forgot to flee. She hadn't expected that Yang Yi would attack her. After all, how could he attack her? As far as she was concerned, Yang Yi would never attack her no matter what. So, she wasn't vigilant against Yang Yi at all, and she trusted him completely. However, Yang Yi had actually raised his hand against her right now. Snowy's eyes opened wide as well, and she was so terrified that she fainted on the spot. Right when the sword was about to strike the violet mink's head, it suddenly stopped. Yan Ye's hand was trembling, and his face had warped. He was visibly struggling. When she saw Yang Yi in such a state, 2 streams of tears slowly flowed out from the violet mink's eyes. Her heart was full of pain. It wasn't for herself, it was for Yang Yi. Because she knew that Yang Yi was definitely suffering. Ah! Suddenly, Yang Yi roared with fury, and the earthen walls of the abyss instantly started cracking apart from the sound waves. Swish! Swish! Jade Drop and Yellow Spring suddenly flew into the air. They transformed into rays of light that stabbed into Yang Ye's right and left hands, and they nailed him to the ground. That wasn't the end of it. 4 more swords flew out from within Yang Yi, and they nailed his legs on the ground as well. In an instant, Yang Yi was nailed firmly to the ground by 6 swords. The violet mink was shocked by this scene and was about to try and help. However, Yang Yi suddenly said, Don't do anything! The violet mink was delighted when she heard this, and she hurriedly flew over to Yang Yi, but she was instantly blasted away by the blood-red glow that was surging out from Yang Yi. Don't come close for now! Yang Yi spoke word by word while his face was still warped from the pain he was enduring. His entire body was trembling incessantly while rays after ray of blood-red light was surging out incessantly from him, and it only took a few breaths of time for the entire abyss to be dyed blood-red. The violet mink didn't dare come close to Yang Yi. She just stayed far away and gazed at him while tears filled her eyes. Yang Yi suddenly cracked a smile and said, Don't worry. I won't lose. I won't lose to it. It actually dared to control me to kill you. I'll kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi roared with fury as the void rank sword intent within him swept out. At the same time, a red ray of light swept out as well, and the 2 types of intent started to try and suppress each other again. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. Why resist me? Submit to me, and it'll give you endless strength. So long as we join forces, would anyone in this world be able to stop us? Saints? They would be ants before us. Those above the saint realm? Those would just be slightly bigger ants. Come! Submit to me! Well, slaughter this dirty world together! Slaughter my ass! Yan Yi roared furiously. Bastard! You actually dared to try and make me kill my Zier! Just you wait! I'll destroy you! Heaven's Gravestone's actions had clearly touched Yan Yi's true reverse scale. You can't defeat me! The voice continued. Because the heart of slaughter has formed in your heart. The heart of slaughter? Yan Yi frowned as he immersed his mind into his body, and his expression changed when he saw his heart. Because his heart was actually a strange dark red color, and it emanated threads of slaughter intent. Now your heart will stop beating if it isn't nurtured by slaughter intent. So you must kill. The voice continued. Moreover, the might of your void rank slaughter intent will at least double from the presence of the heart of slaughter within you. Regardless of whether it is your void rank slaughter intent or the heart of slaughter, I gave both of them to you. You would just be an ant without me. Why did you come to me if you are that powerful? Yan Yi laughed coldly. If I'm not wrong, you need someone to be your vessel in order to bring forth your true might. Or I should say that you need to grow, and you need to rely on someone to grow. In the end, you're just a sword. You're courting death. A furious howl resounded in Yan Yi's mind, and then a ray of blood-red light swept through Yan Yi's body and pressed down towards his void-rank sword intent. Yan Yi's void-rank sword intent started to be gradually pushed back into his body under the pressure of the red light. At the same time, Yan Yi's eyes that had cleared up slightly had started to gradually turn red again. Fuck you! Yan Yi roared as he activated the sword domain, and the void-rank slaughter intent was stopped for a moment under the suppressive force of the sword domain. But it didn't take long for the void-rank slaughter intent to actually start resisting his sword domain. Countless rays of red light surged out incessantly from within Yan Yi, and wave after wave of it slammed against his sword domain. Yan Yi's sword domain actually showed signs of collapsing and being destroyed before frenzied attacks of the void-rank slaughter intent. The sword domain. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low, so you're unable to take full control of it. The voice resounded once more within Yan Yi's mind. Yan Yi, you're a man who loves to slaughter. We are a match made in heaven. You just have to submit to me, and no one in this world will be able to resist our joint forces. Stop resisting me. Stop hesitating. Submit, and I'll grant you endless strength. How powerful! Yan Yi's heart shook when he saw that even his sword domain was actually unable to suppress the void-rank slaughter intent that came from within him. He knew that he was truly in deep trouble this time. Because not to mention him, even a saint couldn't resist the strength of a treasure like Heaven's Gravestone, which was a quasi-emperor rank sword. Now wonder no one dared to try and obtain it after the founding ancestor of the ancient sword school left. It wasn't that they didn't want to, they didn't dare to. What should I do? Yan Yi had quite an anxious expression on his face when he sensed that the intent to slaughter, an aura of evil, had started to collide incessantly with his mind. Suddenly his eyes lit up because he realized that had actually almost forgotten the most important thing in his possession. The tiny vortex. Was Heaven's Gravestone stronger than the tiny vortex? As far as Yan Yi was concerned, not to mention that it was only a quasi-emperor rank sword, it would be impossible for Heaven's Gravestone to be superior to the tiny vortex even if it was an emperor rank sword. After all, how could a mere sword compare to something that even the Heaven Tao feared? Yan Yi pondered deeply when he thought up to this point, and then he said, I can submit to you, but you have to help me do something. Succeed, and I'll submit to you and accept your strength. Otherwise, I'll refuse even if it kills me. A long moment of silence ensued before Heaven's Gravestone's voice resounded once more in Yan Yi's mind. What do you need? Yan Yi said. See that tiny vortex within me. It has been living within me and constantly taking my profound energy, causing my cultivation to be unable to improve swiftly. But I'm unable to remove it because I'm too weak. We can join forces if you can remove it from me or destroy it, alright? A tiny vortex? Heaven's Gravestone's voice carried a trace of bewilderment, and it pondered deeply for a long time before it said, You'll really be willing to submit to me if I help you eliminate it? Yang Yi spoke with absolute certainty. Of course. Heaven's gravestone remained silent for a long time before it said. All right, I'll help you eliminate it. Yang Yi suddenly asked. Where's your physical body? Even though the sword in his hand was huge and wasn't weaker to a divine rank sword at all, his intuition told him that it wasn't Heaven's gravestone's true body. I don't have one. Heaven's gravestone continued. I exist while blood exists, and so long as the heart of slaughter remains or isn't purified, then I will remain eternal. So, we can be considered to be one now. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched upon hearing this. This fellow is bound to me now. He'll help you deal with that tiny vortex right now. As soon as it finished speaking, a ray of red light swept out from Yang Yi's heart and surged towards the tiny vortex. Yang Yi watched as it charged into the tiny vortex. A breath of time passed. 2 breaths of time passed. 3 breaths of time passed. Bang! Suddenly, the tiny vortex revolved, and then an invisible force shot out from within it and instantly slammed against Yang Yi's heart. H! An extremely miserable and shrill cry resounded in Yang Yi's mind, and even Yang Yi's mind blurred and was almost knocked out from the collision. What is that thing? What is that? Heaven's gravestone's horrified voice resounded incessantly within Yang Yi's mind. It didn't just carry horror, it was even trembling as if Heaven's gravestone had encountered something terrifying. Heaven's gravestone's miserable cries gradually weakened, and they were soft like the buzz of a mosquito in the end. At this moment Yang Yi's mind was extremely dizzy and heavy as if it was filled with lead. He really wanted to fall into deep sleep, but he didn't dare to let that happen. Because he was afraid that Heaven's gravestone would take control of him again if he fell asleep, and then he would become a complete puppet for slaughter. Yang Yi forcefully endured the intense pain in his heart and the heavy feeling in his head, and he activated his void rank sword intent to suppress the slaughter intent within him. At this moment, Heaven's gravestone was heavily injured, and it was his best opportunity to regain control. Ocean of Cloud City. A dense ocean of demon beasts stood outside the city, and it was an army formed from the forces of the Python clan, Welkin Wolf clan, and Steel Ape clan. The forces of the 3 clans of demon beasts were respectively stationed outside the main gates, the northern gates, and the southern gates. Moreover, the gazes in the eyes of all the demon beasts here simply seemed like they were waiting to devour everything within the city. In Ocean of Clouds City, Shan Yunxi, the other saints of Ocean of Clouds Academy, and Zhu Yuan were standing on the city walls at the main gates while Yu Wushuang, Shang Qiying, and Oblivion Maiden stood by their sides. Ocean of Clouds Academy, it's time to die. Welkin Wolf Demon King's voice resounded from high above in the sky. Awu! Countless demon beasts howled, and then they charged towards the city. At this moment, there was no need for them to waste their breaths at all. Capture Yu Wushuang alive. Slaughter the others without mercy. Elder Yun from Sky Divine Palace gazed at Yu Wushuang who stood on the city walls. I'll take care of these 2 fellows. I'll leave the rest to all of you. Well, fight to the bloody end today. As soon as Shang Yunxi finished speaking, his figure flashed and charged towards Elder Mo and Elder Yun. You're courting death. Both of them grunted coldly as they attacked simultaneously, and they fought for a moment before entering a pocket of space with Shang Yunxi. Let me see who can save your academy today. Welkin Wolf Demon King laughed coldly and was about to attack. However, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he looked up into the horizon. There was a slight black dot in the horizon, and it was growing larger. It took less than a breath of time for a colossus to appear in the sky above the city. It was a dragon! A dragon of legend! A completely pitch-black dragon had appeared above the city, and it was even at the saint rank. Roar! The dragon suddenly roared furiously towards the ground below, and a strand of dragon pressure rained down from above. In an instant, all the attacking demon beasts laid flat on the ground. The expressions of Welkin Wolf Demon King and the others changed drastically, and they revealed solemn and fearful expressions in their eyes. The forces of Ocean of Clouds City were delighted instead. Even though they were quite stunned by this sudden turn of events, and they didn't know why a dragon had appeared here, it didn't matter to them because the dragon had acted against the demon beasts. The black dragon descended slowly, and it stopped in midair outside the city. Meanwhile, everyone here was astounded to realize that a man was standing on the dragon's back. Oblivion Maiden's beautiful brows were pressed slightly together as she spoke softly. "It's him!" Yu Wushwang heard Oblivion Maiden and immediately asked, "You know him? Who is he?" Oblivion Maiden glanced at Yu Wushwang, and then she hesitated for a moment before she said, "The Lu clan." "The Lu clan?" Yu Wushwang frowned. She was about to inquire more about the Lu clan, but the man on the dragon suddenly spoke. "Yang Yi, show yourself and come with me." His voice carried an indisputable tone. Chapter 997. The man wore luxurious and embroidered clothes, and a jade belt. He had straight eyebrows that were slanted upwards, a gaze that was cold as ice, and a tall and thin figure. He seemed noble like a brilliant sun that hung high above in the sky. Nobility. That was the feeling which everyone sensed from the man. As he stood on the back of the black dragon and looked down upon everyone on the ground below, he seemed like a god who was looking down at mortals. Because of the arrival of the man in embroidered clothes and the black dragon, both the forces of Ocean of Cloud City and the army of demon beasts had stopped. No matter which side it was, they didn't dare to act rashly until they confirmed whether the man in embroidered clothes and the black dragon were their friends or foes. "Where's Yang Yi?" The man in embroidered clothes frowned when he saw no one respond from within the city, and he asked the same question again. Instructor Zhua hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, "May I know why you're looking for Yang Yi?" Even though the man was only a high-rank half-saint, Instructor Zhua didn't dare underestimate the man. Because since the man could stand on the back of a member of the dragon race that was renowned throughout the radiant dimension for their pride, it was sufficient to tell him a huge number of things. "You don't need to know!" The man in embroidered clothes glanced coldly at Instructor Zhua, and he didn't have any intention to show respect even if Instructor Zhua was a saint. "My time is precious, and I don't want to waste it here. Make him come here now, right now!" His voice still carried an indisputable tone, and it even carried a trace of ghastly coldness. Instructor Zhua's face instantly turned livid when he heard this. As a saint, when had he been treated like this? If it was at any other ordinary time, he would have attacked even if the man had a saint-realm dragon beneath him. After all, the dignity of a saint allowed no disrespect. However, it was a critical moment for the war between Ocean of Clouds Academy and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, so he exercised forbearance in the end. Instructor Zhua forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and spoke coldly. "Yang Yi isn't in the city right now. Please go somewhere else if you want to find him." Roar! Suddenly, the black dragon roared furiously at Instructor Zhua, and a wave of flames sprayed forward and shot towards Instructor Zhua. Instructor Zhua's expression changed slightly when this happened, and he swiftly slapped his right palm forward. A huge energy palm flashed forward and collided with the flames. Bang! An explosion resounded as Instructor Zhua's attack was instantly dispersed, and the flames weren't slowed down at all as they instantly slammed against Instructor Zhua. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Instructor Zhua's mouth while he moved backwards repeatedly, and he was pushed around 3 kilometers back before he was finally able to stop himself. Everyone in the city was shocked by this scene. As for Welkin Wolf Demon King and the others, they were overjoyed. Because it was sufficient to prove that the black dragon and the man in embroidered clothes weren't friends of the academy. They were enemies. The other 3 saints from the academy shot up into the air and surrounded the black dragon and the man. However, they didn't attack. One of the saints from the academy spoke solemnly. "Who are you? Why are you acting against my academy?" The man glanced at the saint from the academy and said, "Acting against your academy? You think too highly of your academy. I don't want to waste time, and I don't want to go searching for Yang Yi. I don't care how you do it, just make Yang Yi come see me right away." If he doesn't come here in a breath of time, then he'll kill 100 people. If he doesn't come here in 10 breaths of time, he'll kill 1,000. He'll kill until there's no one left in your city." The expressions of the saints from the academy changed. Meanwhile, Welkin Wolf Demon King's voice resounded once more. "My Welkin Wolf Mountain Range's forces are willing to help you keep them occupied." The man glanced at Welkin Wolf Demon King and said, "Aloud!" Welkin Wolf Demon King was delighted when he heard this, and then he gazed at the saints of the academy. "Stop them from interfering!" The saints behind him immediately charged towards the saints of the academy when they heard his command, and it didn't take long for all 8 of them to enter pockets of space. Welkin Wolf Demon King gazed at Zhu Yuan, who was the final saint on Ocean of Clouds Academy's side, and he said, "Do you want to enter a pocket of space with me?" Zhu Yuan's face was gloomy, but he remained silent. Welkin Wolf Demon King laughed coldly while a wisp of ridicule hung on the corners of his mouth. "Kill!" The man gazed at the city below. As soon as he spoke, the black dragon raised its claw and swung it down towards the city below, and then over 100 people were transformed into mush. Everyone in the city was horrified by the sight of this. Zhu Yuan's eyelids twitched. He hadn't expected the man to actually kill the inhabitants of the city. He glanced at the man, and then he glanced at the black dragon before lowering his head slightly while his gaze flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. "Continue!" The man's voice resounded again. The black dragon raised its claw and swung it down again. Bang! A few hundred in the city instantly exploded apart. Countless people were shocked and horrified, and they started to flee in all directions. In an instant, the entire city was in chaos. Meanwhile, one of the old men by Welkin Wolf Demon King's side asked in a low voice, "Should we attack?" Welkin Wolf Demon King glanced at the man in embroidered clothes and the black dragon, and then he pondered deeply for a moment before he shook his head. "That fellow is a proud person. He'll definitely feel displeased if we attack. There's no need to offend him right now. Moreover, I want to wait for Yang Yi to show himself as well." As he finished speaking, Welkin Wolf Demon King's face had instantly turned gloomy, and his voice carried ghastly killing intent. Yang Yi had caused the deaths of countless wolf demons, killed his children and wife, and even robbed his treasury. He truly hated Yang Yi to the bone. Moreover, had sworn on his soul that he would remain at the Saint Realm for eternity if he couldn't kill Yang Yi. Howls of sorrow and fear resounded throughout the city. On the walls in the direction of the main gates, Yu Wushuang's face was ghastly pale as she watched the scene before her eyes. For the very first time, she felt how tiny she was. All the wisdom in the world was useless before absolute strength. Just like this very moment. Even someone as intelligent as her could only watch as the residents of the city were slaughtered. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden, who stood by Yu Wushuang's side, suddenly asked, "Will he come back?" Yu Wushuang was slightly stunned, and then she nodded. "I don't want him to come back, but he definitely will." "That's all I wanted to hear." Oblivion Maiden nodded slightly, and then she lowered her head and started to pet the fox in her arms while revealing a gentle gaze in her eyes. Yu Wushuang gazed at Oblivion Maiden when she heard this, and she stared straight at Oblivion Maiden. "You hope that he comes back?" Oblivion Maiden nodded. The corners of Yu Wushuang's eyes twitched upon hearing this. She sized up Oblivion Maiden, and a long time passed before a trace of vigilance appeared in her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly noticed that the woman who stood before seemed to have been too composed since the very beginning. In the abyss, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground while he emanated sharp void-rank sword intent. At this moment, his hair and body had returned to normal. However, the tiny blood-red sword on the center of his forehead still remained there, and that mark made him look quite strange. The violet mink and Snowy who had regained consciousness were by Yang Yi's side. She instantly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when she saw Yang Yi return to normal. But she still didn't dare approach Yang Yi as she was really afraid of causing a mishap. As for Snowy, she was hiding behind the violet mink, and she was looking at Yang Yi with slight fear in her eyes. Even though Yang Yi's outer appearance had returned to normal and seemed to be fine now, that wasn't the case at all. At this moment Yang Ye's heart was still dark red in color, and it emanated terrifying slaughter intent that made even his heart palpitate. His void rank sword intent had gained the upper hand because Heaven's gravestone had been heavily injured, so he was utilizing his void rank sword intent to purify his heart of slaughter. Was the heart of slaughter strong? It was extremely strong, of course. His void rank slaughter intent was simply capable of crushing his void rank sword intent, while it was supported by the heart of slaughter. But no matter how strong it wasn't something he could keep. Why? Because it wasn't something Head attained through his own cultivation. It was something Heaven's gravestone had created within him. So, if he didn't purify it, then Heaven's gravestone might stage a comeback and try to take control of him at any time. So, he had to purify the heart of slaughter. However, after trying to purify it for over 4 hours, Yang Yi noticed that his efforts were of no effect at all. The heart of slaughter showed no signs of being purified. Yang Yi's brows were pressed tightly together. He hadn't expected that Heaven's gravestone would create something like this, and that it would actually be so terrifying that even his void rank sword intent couldn't do anything to it. Yang Yi refused to give up, and he continued trying with his void rank sword intent. The heart of slaughter was an unstable variable within him, because his intuition told him that so long as he dared to utilize his slaughter intent, then Heaven's gravestone would definitely awaken in an instant. His current strength was utterly insufficient to take control of Heaven's gravestone. So if it were to awaken, then he would almost definitely fall under its control. He wanted to possess formidable strength, but he didn't want to allow himself to be controlled and become an emotionless machine of slaughter. Another 4 hours passed, yet the heart of slaughter still remained. Yang Yi took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes, and there was a trace of helplessness in his eyes. No matter how hard he tried, the heart of slaughter remained tenacious. The facts of the situation proved that his void rank sword intent was completely helpless against it. If Heaven's gravestone hadn't been heavily injured by the primordial pagoda, then not to mention attempting to purify the heart of slaughter, his sword intent wouldn't even be able to resist his slaughter intent. Yang Yi had no choice but to utilize his void rank sword intent to envelop the heart of slaughter in layers. The reason he did that was because he felt it would be slightly safer. In short, he absolutely didn't dare to utilize his slaughter intent now, because utilizing it was equivalent to summoning Heaven's gravestone. That was something he absolutely couldn't summon before he possessed absolute strength, because he would truly lose all control if that happened. A ray of violet light flashed, and the violet mink appeared in front of Yang Yi. She wrapped her arms around Yang Yi's face, and then she ceaselessly rubbed her forehead against his nose while tears rolled down her eyes. The slightly timid white-colored little fellow was behind the violet mink. She wanted to come close to Yang Yi, but she seemed to be worried about something and dared not do that. Yang Yi felt a wave of lingering fear as he gazed at the violet mink. After all, Head almost killed her just now. If Head really done that, then he would live the remainder of his life in boundless pain. Fortunately, Shed been able to summon a trace of clarity from within him. Yang Yi took a deep breath, rubbed the violet mink's head, and then grabbed Snowy, who was standing timidly behind the violet mink. "All right, it's fine now. Don't worry, that won't happen again." The violet mink hurriedly nodded. Yang Yi had truly been terrifying when he became like that just now, and she really didn't want to see him like that again. Snowy hurriedly nodded as well, because she was really afraid of Yang Yi. Hood turned red. Yang Yi smiled. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. "Shit! The city!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished into the horizon with the violet mink and Snowy. Ocean of Cloud City. At this moment, a few 100,000 human cultivators had lost their lives, and the death toll was still rising rapidly. However, Yang Yi still hadn't shown himself. "He isn't coming?" The man in embroidered clothes nodded slightly, and he said, "Let's save ourselves the trouble and just slaughter the entire city." The entire city. Chapter 998. Slaughter the entire city. The cultivators of Ocean of Clouds City instantly turned ghastly pale when they heard him, and they looked up at the man in embroidered clothes and the black dragon with horror in their eyes. No one felt that he was lying, and no one doubted his ability to accomplish that. Terror. Deep terror filled their hearts. Helplessness. Absolute helplessness washed over them. They could fight when facing the demon beasts, and they would fight to the bloody end. However, there was only terror and helplessness in their hearts when they faced the black dragon at the Saint Realm. Wait! Suddenly, the voice of the only saint on Ocean of Clouds City's side resounded. Everyone looked at Zhu Yuan, and there was a trace of hope in their eyes. It was none other than because Zhu Yuan was a saint, and he was the only saint left on their side. Welkin Wolf Demon King gazed at Zhu Yuan and ridiculed. What? You finally aren't able to restrain yourself? The man and black dragon gazed at Zhu Yuan as well. The man's gaze was calm while the dragon's eyes were filled with a vicious glow. Zhu Yuan glanced at them and said, From this moment onward, my Tao Order will cease to interfere in the affairs of Ocean of Clouds Academy. Disciples of my Tao Order, heed my order. Leave with me. Everyone in the city gazed at Zhu Yuan with disbelief when they heard this. They hadn't expected that Zhu Yuan would actually intend to lead the experts of the Tao Order away during such a crisis. If the Tao Order's forces left, then what would the southern gates which were defended by the Tao Order do? How would Ocean of Clouds City resist Welkin Wolf Mountain Range once Zhu Yuan left? It couldn't. It could only be slaughtered. None of them had the strength to resist a saint. Shang Qingying spoke in a low voice from atop the city walls. Senior Zhu Yuan, what's the meaning of this? Zhu Yuan waved his hand. My Tao Order has already fulfilled its duty to Ocean of Clouds Academy. It isn't necessary for us to die for the Academy's sake. No, for Yang Yi's sake. Yang Yi has offended that man, yet he hides and refuses to show himself with the intention of making us die on his behalf. Humph. I don't care what your Academy thinks or does. In any case, my Tao Order refuses to die for him, Shang Qingying said. Yan Yi has gone to the Bear Clan to get help. He'll be back. He'll be back? Zhu Yuan laughed coldly. It doesn't take long at all to travel to and from the Bear Clan. If the Bear Clan agreed to lend a hand, then the Bear King would have brought Yan Yi back a long time ago. Since he's not here, it proves that the Bear Clan has refused to help. As for Yan Yi, humph. In my opinion, he's hiding like a coward. Shang Qingying intended to continue, but Yu Wushuang waved her hand. There's no need to say anything else. He doesn't want to leave because of Yang Yi. Yang Yi is just an excuse to leave the city. Zhu Yuan glanced at Yu Wushuang and spoke coldly. Little girl, since you've exposed it, then it'll just be frank. My Tao Order agreed to help Ocean of Clouds Academy, but Ocean of Clouds Academy doesn't have any hope of victory now. My Tao Order will absolutely not give away the lives of our elites for the sake of your academy. Yu Wushuang gazed at Zhu Yuan and said, There's no need to say anything else. Just do as you wish. Zhu Yuan grunted coldly, and then he turned to look at the disciples of the Tao Order. Everyone leave with me. Wait. Meanwhile, Welkin Wolf Demon King's voice resounded abruptly. Zhu Yuan gazed at Welkin Wolf Demon King and said, What? Welkin Wolf Demon King grunted coldly and said, Wouldn't your Tao Order be getting off too easily if you're allowed to leave just like that? Zhu Yuan, then what do you expect? A ferocious smile appeared on Welkin Wolf Demon King's face. You want to leave? You can. But you have to make Yang Yi show himself first. Otherwise, no one from your Tao Order can hope to leave today. Zhu Yuan spoke in a low voice. I don't know where he is, Welkin Wolf Demon King said. But you definitely know how to make him show himself, right? The man in embroidered clothes gazed at Zhu Yuan as well upon hearing this. Make him show himself, or all of you can stay behind and be buried with him. As soon as the man spoke, the black dragon's gaze locked onto Zhu Yuan while a terrifying wave of dragon pressure rained down and enveloped both Zhu Yuan and the other members of the Tao Order. Zhu Yuan's eyelids twitched. He pondered deeply for a long time before he said, I really don't know where he is. However, I have a way to force him to show himself. The man asked. How? Zhu Yuan was about to speak when Fu Jingxian suddenly said, Elder Zhu, please reconsider. Yan Yi is a vengeful person. If he finds out that our Tao order stabbed him in the back, then he'll definitely take revenge. Perhaps he doesn't have the strength to shake our Tao order now, but he'll definitely be able to in the future. The founding ancestor did what he did so that we would be reconciled with him. Elder Zhu, you absolutely can't allow the founding ancestor's efforts to be wasted. Fu Jingxian knew Yang Yi well, and she knew that he was definitely one who would kill anyone that dared to bring harm to him. The Tao order would naturally have no need to fear it if it was any other person, but was Yang Yi ordinary? Would someone capable of surviving divine lightning of obliteration be ordinary? She could imagine that with Yang Yi's potential and strength, if Yang Yi wanted to take revenge on the Tao order, then it would definitely be a calamity for the Tao order. Zhu Yuan's expression changed slightly when he heard Fu Jingxian. Even though he disliked Yang Yi, he didn't dare underestimate Yang Yi. What a joke! Even the founding ancestor of the Tao order didn't dare underestimate Yang Yi, so how could he? Moreover, had personally witnessed the strength and potential that Yang Yi possessed, and if Yang Yi were to be allowed to grow. No, not to mention then, Yang Yi was a threat to the Tao order even now. Zhu Yuan, you're really getting worse as you age. Meanwhile, Welkin Wolf Demon King ridiculed. Yang Yi is only a half-saint. No matter how great of a monstrous genius he is, how terrifying can he be? If it wasn't for the protection that he receives from the saints of the Ancient Sword School and the Ocean of Clouds Academy, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant, right? Zhu Yuan glanced coldly at Welkin Wolf Demon King, and he was hesitating. Meanwhile, the man in embroidered clothes suddenly spoke. I don't have much patience. 10 breaths of time. If you don't find a way to make Yang Yi show himself in 10 breaths of time, then you and those disciples of that sect of yours will die. Zhu Yuan gazed at the man and spoke in a low voice. Aren't you thinking a little too highly of yourself? The man spoke calmly. You can give it a try. Roar! Suddenly, the black dragon roared furiously, and its dragon pressure swept out in waves that caused even space to ripple. Meanwhile, the dragon opened its mouth and spoke. Young master, why waste your breath on these ants? Let me crush these ants. That fellow Yang Yi will definitely show himself then, right? Zhu Yuan's expression changed slightly when he heard the dragon. He gazed at the dragon for a short while, and then his pupils suddenly constricted slightly as he seemed to have thought of something. You're from the Central Divine Prefecture. Foolish human! Where else do you think we are from? The black dragon looked down at Zhu Yuan from above. The expressions of every human and demon beast here changed drastically when they heard the black dragon admit it, and this included Welkin Wolf Demon King. Even though had guessed it earlier, he didn't dare say for sure. Because very few from the Central Divine Prefecture would come to Pine Prefecture. Moreover, he hadn't imagined that someone from the Central Divine Prefecture would come here looking for Yang Yi. Could Yang Yi be from the Central Divine Prefecture as well? Welkin Wolf Demon King thought in his heart. At this moment, Zhu Yuan had quite the unsightly expression on his face. Because he hadn't expected the man and dragon to be from the Central Divine Prefecture. Actually, he should have realized a long time ago. Because while there were dragons within Pine Prefecture in the past, there had never been any Saint Realm dragons in anywhere but the Central Divine Prefecture. The Central Divine Prefecture. Zhu Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the man in embroidered clothes, and there was fear and seriousness in his eyes. No matter what rank the power which the man belonged to was, Zhu Yuan had no doubt that the Tao Order couldn't afford to offend it. It wasn't that the Tao Order feared the power which the man belonged to. It was just not worth it. There was no enmity between the Tao Order and the power which the man represented. Their target was Yang Yi, so the Tao Order had absolutely no reason to go against the man. When he thought up to this point, there was no hesitance left in Zhu Yuan's eyes. There is a way to force Yang Yi to show himself. He's a very loyal person. If you capture someone he cares about and spread news about it, then he'll definitely rush back here no matter where he is. Fu Jingxian sighed softly when she heard him. She knew that the Tao Order was enemies with Yang Yi once again. On the other hand, Yu Wushuang and Lu Weiner's expressions changed slightly. They had no doubt that Zhu Yuan was speaking about them. The man frowned slightly. People he cares about? Meanwhile, Welkin Wolf Demon King pointed at Lu Weiner and Yu Wushuang. Those two women! The man looked along the direction Welkin Wolf Demon King was pointing towards, and he immediately noticed Yu Wushuang and Lu Weiner. However, it didn't take long for his gaze to descend onto Oblivion Maiden who stood by Yu Wushuang's side. His relaxed brows were pressed together again when he saw her, and a long time passed before he said, "You feel familiar to me." The gazes of everyone here descended onto Oblivion Maiden when they heard him, and then they watched as Oblivion Maiden glanced at him before lowering her head to look at the fox in her arms. Shed completely disregarded him. Everyone almost felt their jaws hit the ground when they witnessed this scene. They had never imagined that a seemingly weak and fragile woman would actually dare to disregard the man in embroidered clothes who was from the Central Divine Prefecture. My God! He's standing on a Saint Realm dragon. Unexpectedly, the man didn't flare up. Conversely, he had a trace of seriousness and bewilderment on his face. The man took a deep and long glance at Oblivion Maiden, and then he looked at Zhu Yuan. I disdain to act against women, so you do it. You can leave once Yang Yi arrives, understand? Zhu Yuan's face was quite unsightly. After all, when had he even been threatened like this? However, he didn't dare to resist. Because it wasn't just the disciples of the Tao Order who would die before the joint forces of the Black Dragon and Welkin Wolf Demon King, even he would perish here. Zhu Yuan pondered deeply for a moment and spoke solemnly. Daofu, capture them! It was naturally not good for a saint like him to act against two weak women. Meanwhile, Qing Daofu hesitated for a moment before his figure shot towards Yu Wushuang and Lu Weiner. Even though he didn't want to do this, he knew that the disciples of the Tao Order would die if they refused. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A ray of light shot down from the sky and arrived in an instant. After the light dispersed, everyone here was slightly stunned. Suddenly, Welkin Wolf Demon King, the man, the Black Dragon, and Zhu Yuan seemed to have noticed something, and then swiftly looked down to the ground. At this moment, Qing Daofu had stopped on the spot, and a man was standing in front of him. The man held a sword in his grasp, and that sword was placed against Qing Daofu's neck while threads of blood were slowly seeping out from Qing Daofu's neck. Yang Yi! As soon as they recovered from their shock, the cultivators on Ocean of Clouds Academy's side felt overjoyed. Yu Wushuang and Lu Weiner heaved sighs of relief as well, but there was a complicated expression in their eyes. Because they didn't want Yang Yi to come back. Yet now, he had come back alone. So, they felt that had just come back to give his life away. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. She sized him up before lowering her head and patting the fox which was sound asleep in her arms. She spoke softly. Ollie, we'll be able to go home soon. Yang Yi, don't be rash. Zhu Yuan was shocked when he saw Yang Yi's sword against Qing Daofu's throat, and he hurriedly said, We can talk about this. Qing Daofu is a genius of my Tao Order, and he's the future hope. Hiss! Suddenly, a ray of cold light flashed, and then Qing Daofu's head flew into the air. Yang Yi withdrew his sword and gazed at Zhu Yuan, who was burning with rage. Why would I care about that? Chapter 999. Had killed Qing Daofu with a single swing of his sword. When did Yang Yi become that strong? Qing Daofu is one of the 5 top geniuses of our prefecture. He's a supreme expert of the younger generation who's only inferior to saints. However, it was exactly such a supreme expert who had been killed in an instant. Is Yang Yi a saint? Everyone here was beyond shocked. At this moment, Welkin Wolf Demon King had an extremely solemn expression on his face. Qing Daofu was weaker than Yang Yi, and that was definite. But it was absolutely not weaker to the point that he couldn't fight back when facing Yang Yi. But it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding once his gaze descended upon the yellow sword in Yang Yi's grasp and the black cape Yang Yi wore. The sword was at the divine rank, and so was the cape. He's relying on treasures. Welkin Wolf Demon King's heart eased up slightly when he realized this. He would truly be afraid if Yang Yi had attained the Saint Realm. After all, once a genius like Yang Yi attained the Saint Realm, then his strength would be absolutely terrifying. Fortunately, Yang Yi wasn't a saint yet, and he was only relying on equipment to improve his strength. Welkin Wolf Demon King didn't do anything. He just gazed at Yang Yi with a mocking expression on his face. The man from the Central Divine Prefecture was looking for Yang Yi, and it was obvious that the man had come here with ill intent. Besides that, conflict had arisen between Yang Yi and the Tao Order. So, Yang Yi could be said to have offended 2 saints. If he was included, then it would be 3. Thus, he wanted to see who could save Yang Yi now. Yang Yi! Zhu Yuan pointed a finger at Yang Yi and roared furiously. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Yang Yi laughed coldly. You can try, you old bastard! Then I will! Zhu Yuan roared furiously and was about to attack, but Yang Yi waved his right hand, and a black-robed man appeared by Yang Yi's side. Zhu Yuan's pupils constricted slightly when he saw the black-robed man. Welkin Wolf Demon King's face changed as well. Because the man was a saint. Because Yang Yi had utilized his sword domain to conceal the death energy within Li Yun's body, so they weren't able to discern that Li Yun was a puppet, and he was even a puppet made from an inferior saint. Yang Yi glanced at Welkin Wolf Demon King and Zhu Yuan. Did you really think I would be foolish enough to come back here on my own? Allow me to tell you that the Bear King has agreed to lend us a hand, and the army of the Bear Clan will be here soon. What nonsense! Welkin Wolf Demon King roared with fury. I've received news that the Bear Clan will absolutely not interfere in the matters here. That saint by your side is definitely not from the Bear Clan. Meanwhile, the man in embroidered clothes spoke abruptly. That's a puppet! Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and then he gazed at the man in embroidered clothes. He hadn't expected the man would have actually seen through his sword servant. But it didn't take long for Yang Yi's gaze to descend onto the black dragon. A dragon? Yang Yi's eyes drooped. He had the blood of the dragon ancestor, and it could counter and suppress all dragons that were weaker than the dragon ancestor. However, he wondered if he could do the same to the black dragon when it was at the Saint Realm. A puppet? Welkin Wolf Demon King and Zhu Yuan were shocked when they heard the man. They naturally knew about puppets, but they never heard of anyone in this world who was capable of refining saints into puppets. Both of them didn't quite believe it, but they dared no refute the man. After all, they didn't want to offend him. Yes, it is a puppet, Yang Yi suddenly said. It's a Saint Realm puppet that I obtained. Zhu Yuan, Welkin Wolf Demon King, didn't the 2 of you want to kill me? Feel free to try. Allow me to warn you that it'll make this Saint Realm puppet disregard its safety and fight the person who launches the first attack. If it can't defeat you, it'll make it detonate itself and take you down with it. Yang Yi, do you think that we would allow ourselves to be threatened by that? Zhu Yuan spoke fiercely. Let me tell you something. My Tao Order will never rest until it destroys you and the ancient sword school to avenge Qing Daofu. Everyone from the Tao Order heed my command. Attack and kill the disciples of the ancient sword school with all your strength. Don't you dare move a muscle! Yang Yi suddenly roared as he gazed at the members of the Tao Order and spoke fiercely. Disciples of the Tao Order, I, Yang Yi, am not an ungrateful person. I owe your founding ancestor, and I don't want to repay his kindness with enmity. I killed Qing Daofu because he acted against me. Am not an ungrateful person, but am not one to stubbornly try to avoid repaying kindness with enmity. If you dare to attack, then none of you can hope of leaving the city with your lives. The disciples of the Tao Order revealed grim expressions when they heard him, and they looked at him with fearful faces. They'd witnessed Yang Yi's ruthless character a long time ago, and they were sure that he would definitely do as he said if they dared to attack first. "Welcome, Wolf King, what do you think about joining forces to kill that kid?" Suddenly, Zhu Yuan gazed at Welkin Wolf Demon King. Yan Yi had killed Qing Daofu, and it was something that the Dao Order absolutely couldn't tolerate, so it had to take revenge no matter the cost. Welkin Wolf Demon King glanced at the man in embroidered clothes, and once he determined that the man wasn't against it, he hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "All right. 2 against 1? Yan Yi laughed coldly, and then he shouted, "Qing!" As soon as he spoke, an explosion resounded from a mountain in the distance, and then a ray of green light shot over in his direction. It arrived by Yang Ye's side in the blink of an eye. The light dispersed, and a woman in a green dress appeared before everyone. Another saint! Welkin Wolf Demon King and Zhu Yuan's faces changed. They hadn't expected that another saint would appear here. Where did that fellow find 2 saints? It was naturally Qing. Yan Yi had started trying to contact her once he started rushing back to the city, and he was pleasantly surprised to find out that Qing had attained the Saint realm. That made him even more confident in his chances at victory. Meanwhile, Yan Yi glanced at Zhu Yuan and Welkin Wolf Demon King. "Come, either both of you or I will die today." "That's enough." Suddenly, the man in embroidered clothes spoke. "The Patriarch asked me to be absolutely careful before I came here, and he said that I should absolutely not underestimate you. I thought that you, Yang Yi, would be a proud genius. But now that I've met you, I'm disappointed. You, Yang Yi, are just a clown who relies on divine rank treasures and others." Yang Yi gazed at the man. "Who are you? You don't have the right to know." The man continued, "I don't want to continue wasting time. Will you come with me on your own accord, or should I break your limbs and take you by force?" Yan Ye's figure rose up slowly into the air, and he arrived before the man and the dragon. He glanced at the dragon, and then he gazed at the man. "If your confidence comes from that dragon below you, then I can only say that you might be disappointed." The man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he tapped his right leg lightly against the dragon. "Don't go too hard on him. Keep him alive!" Roar! The dragon raised its head and roared with fury, and then it blasted a wave of dragon pressure at Yang Yi. The powerful dragon pressure was comparable to the might of the heavens and the earth, and it caused countless demon beasts in the surroundings to lay flat on the ground and shiver. Besides that, some humans were even unable to endure such pressure, and they laid flat on the ground and shivered just like the demon beasts did. Yang Yi didn't try to resist it, and just allowed it to arrive before it, and then everyone watched with astonishment as he remained completely unharmed after it slammed against him. Zhu Yuan and Welkin Wolf Demon King's pupils constricted slightly upon witnessing this scene. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi could actually disregard such dragon pressure. After all, even they couldn't do that. Suddenly, Zhu Yuan's expression changed as he recalled something. Yang Yi had said that he was the scion of the dragons when he went to the Dao Order that time. At that time, Zhu Yuan was certain that Yang Yi was talking nonsense, but when he saw that Yang Yi was actually immune to the dragon pressure of a Saint Realm dragon, he had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, the dragon and the man's eyes carried bewilderment as well. It was especially so for the dragon. Its dragon pressure was something that even saints dare not disregard, but Yang Yi hadn't just disregarded it, he was completely unaffected. The black dragon spoke in a deep voice. "Human! How did you do that?" Yang Yi took a deep breath while a mysterious smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Had thought that the dragon ancestor's blood would lose its efficacy before Saint Realm dragons, but he hadn't imagined that it would still be effective. In other words, the strength and bloodline of the dragon ancestor on profound continents surpassed this black dragon. Yang Yi didn't speak. He just transformed into a ray of light which vanished on the spot. At the same time, the expression of the man who stood on the dragon changed. He waved his right hand forward, and a ray of black light swept out. Bang! An explosion resounded, and a figure was blasted flying. A wisp of disdain curled up on the corners of the man's mouth as he said, "So you're so weak. You When he spoke up to this point, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and there was horror within them. He was just about to flee from where he stood, but it was too late. A dagger had been stabbed against his nape, but it didn't go deep and only entered a few centimeters into his neck. Even then, the man didn't dare move at all. "So, you're so weak!" Yang Yes' voice resounded in the man's ears. The man gazed at the figurehead blasted into the distance, and he instantly came to an understanding. Because that wasn't Yang Yi at all. Had been tricked. Welkin Wolf Demon King and Zhu Yuan revealed solemn expressions because Yang Yes' attack was truly too swift and mysterious. Even they had only been barely able to capture Yang Yes' movements just now. It could be said that Yang Yes' speed had surpassed many saints. "Human! You'll definitely die a graveless death if you dare to harm the young master." The dragon roared furiously, but he didn't dare act rashly because Yang Yi had the man's fate in his hands. Yang Yi paid no attention to the dragon. He just exerted a little force and stabbed the dagger a little deeper into the man's nape, and then he said, "Now do I have the right to know who you are?" The man's face turned livid. He was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly shook his head. "Forget it. I'm not interested in that anymore." Hiss! Yang Yi suddenly flicked the dagger upwards, and the man's head was instantly sliced into two. Chapter 1000. Was the man in embroidered clothes strong? In Yang Yes' opinion, the man was very strong, extremely strong. He was much stronger than Qin Daofu. If it was at any other time before this, even if he could defeat the man, it would be absolutely impossible for Yang Yi to kill the man with such ease. Yet now, Yang Yi possessed numerous equipment at the divine rank, and he even utilized the divine rank technique and void rank sword intent. Under such circumstances, his strength had risen significantly. So, not to mention that the man was only a high-rank half-saint, Yang Yi was confident in his ability to go face the man directly in combat even if the man was a saint. The reason that the man in embroidered clothes had been killed in an instant without any ability to resist was because the man had been careless. From the beginning until the end, the man in embroidered clothes had looked down upon Yang Yi with a sense of superiority. If it wasn't for that, it would be absolutely impossible for him to have been killed in an instant with such ease when he had the Black Dragon's assistance. Of course, Yang Yi was confident in his ability to kill him even if the man in embroidered clothes hadn't underestimated him. "Human! You're courting death!" The Black Dragon roared with fury when he saw Yang Yi kill the man in embroidered clothes, and he swung his enormous figure in Yang Yi's direction. The terrifying force and dragon pressure which came from the Black Dragon's enormous body caused numerous mountains behind Yang Yi to be blasted into powder. However, Yang Yi remained motionless on the spot. Yang Yi suddenly roared, "Fuck off!" As soon as he spoke, Yang Yi activated the bloodline he inherited from the dragon ancestor, and an invisible wave of pressure swept forward towards the huge Black Dragon. Everyone here watched with astonishment as the might of the saint-rank dragon actually weakened more than 10 times in an instant upon being enveloped by the invisible pressure which Yang Yi emanated. At the same time, the Black Dragon started to slow down, and it didn't take long for the Black Dragon to be forced to a stop in midair. The spectators were astounded by the sight of this. Even Zhu Yuan and Welkin Wolf Demon King's eyes were opened wide at this moment, and they seemed like they'd seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden's jet black brows were knit together as well, and there was a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. At this moment, the Black Dragon's eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment as well. Besides that, there was a trace of fear within them as well. Because he sensed a strand of pressure just now, it was a strand bloodline pressure. Bloodline pressure. He was at the Saint Realm, so his bloodline had been improved and transformed. Besides an ancestral dragon, there was no other dragon that could cause him to suffer suppression from bloodline pressure. However, had actually been suppressed by bloodline pressure, and it was even from a human. "Human! Why do you have the bloodline of my dragon clan?" The Black Dragon gazed at Yang Yi with vigilance and fear. A glow of excitement flickered in Yang Ye's eyes when he noticed that the dragon ancestor's blood was actually effective against the black dragon. Because it meant that most dragons would be suppressed by his bloodline, and it meant that this huge fellow in front of him wasn't that troublesome to deal with anymore. Yang Yi suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed it at the huge black dragon, and he roared with fury. "Do you know who I am?" His voice was like a thunderclap that terrified countless cultivators and demon beasts. The black dragon's eyelids twitched, and then he spoke fiercely. "Human! I admit that your bloodline can affect me, but if you think that you can rely on that bloodline to defeat me, then I have to say that you're dreaming." "How presumptuous!" Yang Yi roared. "I'm the scion of the dragons who the Patriarch personally appointed, and my status is equivalent to the Patriarch. You actually dare to speak to me like that? Are you trying to get skinned alive and suffer having your tendons pulled out? The scion of the dragons?" A wisp of bewilderment flashed through the black dragon's eyes. A long time passed before he spoke in a deep voice. "Human! Stop talking nonsense! When did my dragon clan ever have a scion?" When he spoke up to this point, the black dragon's voice became cold. "Do you know what consequences await you for misusing the name of my dragon clan?" Yang Yi asked. "Then tell me why I have the bloodline of the dragon clan." The black dragon spoke in a low voice. "Maybe you forcefully extracted it from a member of my dragon clan and fused it with your own bloodline. How stupid are you?" Yang Yi ridiculed. "Just think about it. Whose bloodline would I have to extract in order to affect you with my bloodline? The Patriarch at least." The black dragon's pupils constricted when he spoke up to this point, because he noticed that it was impossible. Extract the bloodline of the dragon clan's patriarch? Not to mention Pine Prefecture, there wasn't anyone in the Central Divine Prefecture who had the ability to do that. In other words, Yang Yi knew that it was working when he noticed the change in the black dragon's expression, and he hurriedly said, "If the Patriarch hadn't willingly given me his bloodline, could anyone have been able to extract his blood?" The black dragon was still quite doubtful. "Then why have I never heard about this scion of the dragons?" "That's because it's a classified secret of our dragon clan," Yang Yi continued. "The Patriarch gave me a secret mission to complete. Anyway, it isn't something you need to know. Understand? Right, the Patriarch said that if I am to encounter trouble, then all dragons of our clan must help me unconditionally." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi pointed at Welkin Wolf Demon King. "Now help me kill him." Welkin Wolf Demon King's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he hurriedly looked at the black dragon. He was horrified when he noticed that the black dragon seemed to be hesitating, and he quickly said, "You absolutely can't believe him so easily. If he really is that so-called scion of the dragons, then based on your strength and status in your clan, how could your patriarch have not told you about him? Moreover, even if the patriarch of the dragon clan appointed someone as a scion of your clan, how could it possibly be such a weak person?" The black dragon fell silent for a long time. In the end, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Human! I still refuse to believe that you're that scion which you say you are." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" "Intuition." The black dragon looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "I have no reason to refute anything you've said. However, my intuition tells me that you aren't who you say you are." His intuition! The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and then he said, "So?" The black dragon pondered deeply for a while, and then he said, "You've killed the young master of the Lu clan's branch family. So, you have to come with me. Don't worry, you'll just be making a trip with me. Once we return to the Central Divine Prefecture, it'll become clear whether you really are a scion of my dragon clan. If it's true, then not to mention a branch family of the Lu clan, even the entire Lu clan would dare not harm you." Yang Yi's face fell, and he said, "Do you realize that doing that would spoil the Patriarch's plans? He wanted to just kill the black dragon and refine him into a sword servant. After all, he was 50% confident in his ability to kill the black dragon with the help of the bloodline pressure he possessed. However, he didn't dare to act on such a thought. Because if he were to fight the black dragon right now, then Zhu Yuan and Welkin Wolf Demon King would definitely attack as well. Moreover, While the huge black dragon wasn't a big threat to him, the black dragon was a huge threat to everyone else in Ocean of Cloud City. So long as the black dragon disregarded everything and slammed his body against the city, then at least half the residents of the city would perish. Thus, Yang Yi had no choice but to use his brains to turn the situation around. The black dragon replied, "Then produce something that proves you're the scion of my dragon clan. So long as you can produce proof which convinces me, then it'll help you unconditionally. Otherwise, you have to come back to the Central Divine Prefecture with me." It was naturally impossible for the black dragon to help Yang Yi fight Welkin Wolf Demon King just because of something Yang Yi had said. Proof. Welkin Wolf Demon King laughed coldly. If he did have proof, he would have produced it a long time ago, and he wouldn't have been wasting his breath until now. In my opinion, he definitely obtained that bloodline through forbidden methods. The black dragon's gaze towards Yang Yi turned slightly hostile when he heard Welkin Wolf Demon King. Suddenly Yang Yi started laughing. "I didn't want to reveal it, but I have no other choice. Black Dragon, if the Patriarch's plans are spoiled because I'm exposed, then you'll be an eternal traitor of my dragon clan, and even the death of all your relatives wouldn't be sufficient to atone for it." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous golden scales suddenly surged out from within Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for them to cover Yang Yi's entire body. Moreover, 2 golden dragon horns grew out from his head. Draconification. It was an ability he obtained when he gained the inheritance of the dragon ancestor all those years ago. It was a huge help to him in battle in the beginning, but as his strength and physical body was improved incessantly, the amount of help it provided him had become practically insignificant. So, he practically didn't utilize it anymore. Now, he had no choice but to try and use it to trick the black dragon. Everyone here was stunned when they saw Yang Yi transform like that, and it included Welkin Wolf Demon King. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi could actually transform like that. At this moment, Yang Yi simply seemed like a being that was half man and half dragon. An inheritance of my dragon clan. The black dragon's eyes were filled with shock. "Human! You actually obtained an inheritance of my dragon clan. You. The inheritance of the dragon clan was usually given to dragons alone. But he hadn't imagined that this human would have actually obtained an inheritance of the dragon clan, and he felt quite a bit of disbelief. Yang Yi said, "Black Dragon, do you need further proof?" The black dragon gazed at Yang Yi while a wisp of complicated emotions flashed through his eyes. In the end, he shook his head slightly and said, "Even if you aren't that scion which you say that you are, there's definitely a deep relationship between you and my dragon clan. So, it'll help you today." As soon as he finished speaking, the black dragon turned his head and roared at Welkin Wolf Demon King, and then he charged in Welkin Wolf Demon King's direction. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Welkin Wolf Demon King's eyes, and then he immediately returned to his original form. He transformed into a huge black wolf that wasn't any smaller than the black dragon. The dragon and wolf didn't fight in the sky, they entered a pocket of space instead. Because regardless of whether it was the black dragon or Welkin Wolf Demon King, both of them didn't dare to offend the Heaven Dao at a time like this. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when the black dragon and Welkin Wolf Demon King entered into a pocket of space. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhu Yuan instead. The corners of Zhu Yuan's eyes twitched, and then he glanced at Qing and Li Yun, who was a sword servant now. Zhu Yuan pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Yang Yi, my Dao Order will get even with you in the future. They'll give face to the Ancient Sword School and Ocean of Clouds Academy today, and I won't make a fuss about it with you for now. Disciples of my Dao Order, come with me." As he spoke, he was about to tear space open and leave with the disciples of the Dao Order. "Did I say that you could go?" Suddenly, Yan Yi's voice resounded in the air above the city. Chapter 1001. The disciples of the Dao Order revealed slightly grim expressions. Could he be planning on killing Elder Zhu Yuan? Zhu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned around to look at Yang Yi. "What? Are you sure that you want me and the disciples of my Tao order to stay? Yang Yi chuckled. I, Yang Yi, repay both kindness and enmity. I owe a debt to the founding ancestor of the Tao order, so I will absolutely not act against members of the Tao order if they don't try to act against me. Thus, besides you, all the other disciples of the Tao order can leave. Zhu Yuan stared at Yang Yi as he said, Are you sure that you can make me stay? Bang! The cape on Yang Yi's back suddenly unfolded into a pair of wings, and he pointed yellow springs at Zhu Yuan. Want to give it a try? As soon as he finished speaking, Qing and the sword servant, Li Yun, flashed forward and surrounded Zhu Yuan from both sides. Zhu Yuan slowly clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes flickered with ghastly killing intent and coldness. Yang Yi! Suddenly, Fu Jingxian said, I know that you don't fear the Tao Order, but do you really want the Tao Order to become enemies of Ocean of Clouds Academy as well? Can the Academy really afford to endure the Tao Order's revenge right now? Yang Yi gazed at Fu Jingxian and said, They won't stop even if I do, right? You killed Qing Daofu, so they will absolutely not stop. Fu Jingxian looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, However, even if we intend to take revenge, it would only be against you and not the entire Academy or the Ancient Sword School. But if you kill Elder Zhu Yuan, then trust me, the Tao Order will immediately change sides, and it will side with Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. At that time, the Academy and the Ancient Sword School will fall into a hopeless situation. Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang walked over to his side. Even though I want him dead as well, but the Tao Order will definitely not let the matter go if you are to kill him now. Regardless of whether it's the Academy or the Sword School, both of them can't afford to endure the Tao Order's revenge right now. If you spare him, then there would be room for both the Academy and the Tao Order to discuss things. If you kill him, then the Tao Order would be forced to attack Ocean of Clouds Academy even if it didn't want to become enemies with the Academy. Lu Weiner continued. Let him go. I know you don't like it, but do it for the Academy and everyone here in the city, alright? Yang Yi remained silent for a long while, and then he glanced at the crowd of cultivators from the city. He shrugged and gazed at Zhu Yuan. Alright, you can go now. Fu Jingxian and the other members of the Tao Order instantly heaved sighs of relief when they heard him. Yang Yi had 2 saints on his side, so it was very likely for him to be able to kill Zhu Yuan. Most importantly, it would definitely cause the Tao Order to become enemies with both the Ancient Sword School and Ocean of Clouds Academy. Something like that wasn't good for the Tao Order, the Ancient Sword School, or Ocean of Clouds Academy. Fortunately, Yang Yi didn't act willfully this time. Zhu Yuan glanced coldly at Yang Yi, Yu Wushuang, and Lu Weiner. Remember that it'll definitely repay you 100-fold for everything that happened today. Fu Jingxian's face turned pale when she heard him. It's over now. I think you don't have to go now. Yang Yi's voice resounded abruptly, and then a ray of light tore through the sky and shot towards Zhu Yuan. It was quick. Quick to the absolute limit. Besides Qing and Zhu Yuan, no other human or demon beast could capture it clearly. Zhu Yuan's expression had changed drastically when Yang Yi attacked. Because he hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually change his mind and attack immediately. Zhu Yuan didn't dare act carelessly at all, and he stretched out his right hand. The space before him condensed and overlapped in layers, and it instantly formed a thick spatial wall. Bang! Yang Yi stabbed Yellow Springs right against the spatial wall, and it shook violently from the impact. A moment later, Yang Yi suddenly spun Yellow Springs. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the spatial wall exploded apart, and the ray of light shot towards Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan's eyelids twitched, and a silver spear which was thick like an arm appeared in his grasp. He shouted with fury as he stabbed it against the tip of Yang Yi's sword. Bang! An explosion resounded as a wave of energy swept out from the point of collision. At this moment, the sky instantly cracked apart, and numerous spatial rifts filled the sky. It was an extremely shocking sight to behold. Yang Yi's void rank sword intent surged out incessantly from within him and pressed down upon Zhu Yuan. At the same time, Zhu Yuan relied on the energy of the heavens and the earth to resist Yan Ye's sword intent. They fell into a momentary stalemate. Yan Ye's sword howled incessantly while Zhu Yuan's spear trembled without end. The space around them couldn't endure the power force from the collision, and it collapsed. But it didn't take long for the laws of the heavens and the earth to repair the space. However, it was blasted apart as soon as it was repaired. Yu Wuxuan gazed at Qing, and the latter shook her head lightly. If I attack now, then he'll have to enter a pocket of space with Zhu Yuan, but Yang Yi can't do that. Don't worry. I'll lend him a hand if he can hold on. Yu Wuxuan nodded, and then she looked up into the sky. After Yan Yi and Zhu Yuan were locked in a stalemate for some time, the spectators noticed to their astonishment that Zhu Yuan's spear was actually gradually curving. At this moment, Zhu Yuan, who was a saint, had fallen into a disadvantaged state. Suddenly, Yan Yi moved yellow springs a little bit to the side, and it transformed into a ray of light that smashed against Zhu Yuan's chest. At the same time, Zhu Yuan's spear stabbed Yan Ye's chest. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions resounded. Yan Yi was blasted 300 m back while Zhu Yuan was pushed just 30 m back. However, there was a bloody hole on Zhu Yuan's chest while Zhu Yuan's spear hadn't even left a mark behind on Yan Ye's chest. It was naturally because of the sword armor. The reason Yan Yi had dared to exchange blows like that was because he was wearing the sword armor. The facts proved that he really didn't have to defend himself against Zhu Yuan's attacks while wearing the sword armor. If he didn't have the sword armor, then Yan Yi would naturally not dare to use his body to forcefully endure the full strength of a saint. Even though his physical defenses were formidable, they weren't strong enough to disregard a saint. However, it was a completely different story when he had the sword armor. Because the sword armor, which was boosted by his void rank sword intent, was something that even saints would find difficult to penetrate. The corners of Yan Ye's mouth curled into a smile. Because he was entirely capable of fighting a saint in single combat while he possessed the equipment provided to him by the ancient sword school. Actually, it was normal because he was using the best equipment in the ancient sword school. Not to mention him, even an ordinary person would probably be able to exchange a few blows with a monarch realm expert while utilizing such equipment. At this moment, Zhu Yuan had an extremely unsightly and ferocious expression on his face. After all, had actually been publicly injured by an ant at the half-saint realm. It was a humiliation. An absolute humiliation. Die! Zhu Yuan roared with fury as his figure flashed up into the air. He stretched out his right hand, and the spirit energy throughout the surrounding instantly surged towards him. In the end, all the spirit energy entered his body. Zhu Yuan slowly raised his hands in midair, and the clouds above him immediately started moving. It only took a moment for the clouds to slowly split apart, and then a huge palm which emanated an ancient aura descended down as if it had traveled down from outer space itself. The palm emanated a powerful wave of energy that was even slightly stronger than the energy of the heavens and the earth. Everyone here was astounded by the sight of the palm. In the past, saints had always entered pockets of space to do battle, so besides saints themselves, others were very rarely able to witness the true strength of saints. All they knew was that saints were very strong, but they didn't know how strong saints were. Now they knew. They had no doubt that Ocean of Cloud City and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range would be obliterated if that palm was allowed to descend. Isn't he afraid of breaking the rules of the radiant dimension and being pursued by all the saints in this world? Asked Yu Wuxuan. Because Zhu Yuan's attack was sufficient to obliterate the entire area here. Qing shook her head slightly. His opponent isn't a saint. Since it isn't a saint, he naturally has no need to obey those so-called rules. Moreover, unless 2 saints go mad and start destroying the world around them, very few saints would emerge from their own closed-door cultivation and interfere in it. I see. Yu Wuxuan nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Yan Yi while a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Can Yan Yi resist that attack? Will Yan Yi be the one person in the history of Pine Prefecture to kill a saint while at the half-saint realm? Yu Wuxuan wasn't the only one wondering about such things. Everyone else here had similar thoughts. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the enormous palm, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. Had killed a saint in the past, but had done so by utilizing surprise attacks. At that time, Li Yuan hadn't been able to truly utilize his strength. Yet now, Yan Yi was facing a saint directly, a saint who was able to utilize his full strength in battle. Yan Yi slowly looked down at Yellow Springs, and then a moment of silence ensued before Yellow Springs suddenly howled. Its sword howl caused countless strands of earth and yellow energy to surge out from the ground and into Yan Yi, and then his aura and the aura of his sword shot into the sky and collided with the aura emanated from the enormous palm. The auras collided in midair, and the entire sky warped as if it was about to collapse. Yan Yi, let me see how much of a monstrous genius you are! Zhu Yuan's voice resounded like a thunderclap, and then the huge palm smashed down from up above. Only one of us will survive this battle! Yan Yi roared as a sword howl resounded, and then he transformed into a ray of light that tore through space as it shot towards the enormous palm. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.